sind aber auch niedlich, die Tacos. Okay. The game activated. Was sagt unser Questlog? Halte in der Küste nach Ruby Ausschau. Ja, das machen wir. Eine weitere Leiche. Ah, ja, gut. Stadtbücherei von Jamrock anrufen. Genau, wir haben ja noch eine Leiche gefunden. Wir haben die Jacke gefunden, aber noch nicht zurückgegeben. Wir müssen. Ah, wir haben eine spirituelle Spirituose gefunden. Suchen noch nach dem Schuss und suchen noch die Mordwaffe. Alles klar. Haben wir irgendwelche Punkte zu vergeben? Tatsächlich. Wir können jetzt mit einem weiteren Punkt auf Hand-Auge-Koordination versuchen, die Waffe zu identifizieren. Wir könnten es aber auch lassen und einfach gucken, wofür wir sonst die Sachen brauchen.
Rise and shine, comrade. It's time to get to work.
Moment, ich mache mal ein bisschen lauter. So.
Despite all the thinking you've been doing, only 0.0001% of communism has been built. It's too great a task to undertake alone. You're going to have to get organized.
Oh, wir müssen uns organisieren. Hast du in letzter Zeit noch mal einen Scheiß gesehen? Ich habe ihn echt beisammen. Hast du, ich soll meine Hostelzimmer aufräumen? Alles klar, legen wir los. Das ist nicht mein Ding, du verwirrst den Gedanken. Heißt das, ich soll mein Hostelzimmer aufräumen?
Your level of personal upkeep is irrelevant. All that matters is your commitment to building the World Republic.
Ah, okay.
You must seek out your revolutionary brothers and sisters. Find out how much communism they've built. Then, together, maybe you'll be able to build as much as 0.0002% of communism.
Das wäre schon ziemlich geil, wenn wir 0,002% Kommunismus errichten können.
But it won't be easy. Decades of persecution by coalition authorities have driven the remaining communists of Martinaise underground. They live underground. These communists aren't men. They're mole people.
Ich weiß nicht, ob ich mich auf die Suche nach Malwurstburg begeben will, aber ich gehöre doch zu den Koalitionsbehörden. Habe ich die ganze Zeit Kommunisten verfolgt? Werden diese Leute mir helfen, Mars auf sozialistischen Wursthäcksler anzuheizen? Wie soll ich sie finden, wenn sie sich verstecken? Ich gehöre doch zu den Koalitionsbehörden.
Possibly. If you have been, it's only because you're a double agent acting in furtherance of your long-term objectives.
Das wird sein.
Regardless, what's past is past. You need to look forward to the work of building communism for all.
Okay. Das mit dem Morphus-Volk lasse ich jetzt mal. Werden die Leute mir helfen, Mars auf sozialistischen Wursthäcksler anzuheizen?
Just between us, you may want to lay off this grind up the bourgeoisie stuff. It's a bit off-putting, even to fellow communists.
Okay, dann nehmen wir das Morphus-Volk.
They're not mole people. They're your comrades in the eternal class struggle. It's your task to find and join them.
Okay. Soll ich sie denn finden, wenn sie sich verstecken?
Let your nose guide you, Detective.
Ihr meint bestimmt meinen untrüglichen Spürsinn, also mein riesengroßes Hochleistungshirn.
No, we meant your nose, as in that swollen muck detector in the center of your face. It just happens to be perfectly calibrated for sensing communists.
Oh, wir können Kommunisten erschnüffeln.
We really have no idea what they're talking about. There's no linkage between ideology and olfaction.
Wie riecht der Kommunismus?
Failure.
In meinem Leben gibt es schon so viel Versagen, ich weiß nicht, ob ich noch mehr ertrage.
That's why you're perfect for the job. No one's got a better nose for failure than you, Harry. What you're smelling is your own body odor, of course. Nothing a shower and change of clothes couldn't fix.
Ich werde meine Kleidung wechseln, wenn ich andere Talente brauche.
People sometimes complain there are no real communists left in Martinaise. But you can smell their presence. They're out there, waiting for you to join them.
Na gut.
Incidentally, during the waning days of the anti-centennial revolution, A number of Revacholian communards constructed elaborate hideouts in abandoned root cellars, hollowed out tree trunks, and even residential sewage tanks. This latter phenomenon gave rise to the early anti-communist slogan, "The future's bright when you flush out the white."
Okay. Alles klar, ich bin bereit.
First, you'll have to locate the remaining communists in Martinaise. When you get near to someone with revolutionary potential, your nose will give you the signal to establish contact.
Rhetorik redet sich um Kopf und Kragen, dafür ist sie da.
Again, no, it won't. Any olfactory response you perceive will be strictly psychosomatic. You should begin by interrogating those lawless malcontents at the Dock Workers Union. They're an obvious place to start.
Machen wir uns an die Arbeit.
Here we go. Wake, brave worker. 'Tis no time for bed. Fight till there's no slaves below and no masters overhead.
Eine weitere Nebenaufgabe, die ich ignorieren werde. So, mal gucken.
The bed is still cold from the broken.
Naja. Haben wir eigentlich mal wieder die Gelegenheit, das Dings hier zu reparieren?
A mirror hangs on a bathroom wall. In it, your face. Irregular, clean-shaven police officer.
Mechanik. Soll ich Mechanik mal steigern? Nur so aus Scheiß? Ich mach das jetzt mal. Mechanik ist ja auch sowas, was man eigentlich immer mal gebrauchen kann, oder?
A mirror hangs on a bathroom wall. In it, your face. Irregular, clean-shaven police officer.
72%. Haben wir irgendwas, was Mechanik steigert? Irgendwelche Klamottex? Nein, nein, nein. Mechanik. Auch nicht, auch nicht. Doch, Moment. Aber die Handschuhe sind besser, ne? Plus 2 Mechanik, alles klar. Handschuhe technisch sind wir ausgerüstet. Nope. 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 Auch nicht. Auch nicht. Auch nicht. Nein. Nope. Nein. 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 Plus 1 Reaktion, minus 1 Rhetorik, plus 1 Autorität. Sehen wir damit besser aus? Damit sehen wir besser aus. Ich möchte mal, dass wir wieder so ein gewisses Level an normaler Kleidung anhaben. Nur ein bisschen. So, Commanderjacke. Damit sehen wir doch cool aus. Was ist ein Satan-Hemd? So. Die Hose ist, glaube ich, okay. Brille ist in Ordnung. Oder haben wir noch eine coole Brille für Biker Cops? Er hat noch eine für Biker Cops, oder? Superstar Sonnenbrille. Bikerbullen, yeah. Nice, sehen wir aus. Die Stiefel sind, glaube ich, sowieso Kavalleriestiefel. Nee. Haben wir irgendwelche Bullenstiefel? Nee. Sehen trotzdem immer noch ein bisschen aus wie Helge Schneider. Oh, ein coolerer Helge Schneider. So, nochmal speichern. Wohl, kann man cooler aussehen als Helge Schneider? Ich glaube nicht.
A mirror hangs on a bathroom wall. In it, your face. Irregular, clean-shaven police officer.
Na, probieren wir mal.
The chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure. You've
Safe's coming, safe's coming. Ooh, safe's coming, safe's coming. Ooh. Wenn es ein bisschen schneller gehen würde, könnte man es leichter überspielen. La 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 la. Nochmal.
A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, the chain cutters slip out of your hands as you attempt to twist the faucet into place. Well, you know one thing for sure.
Wir waren aber näher dran.
Being a plumber.
Egal, wir lassen das jetzt so. So, dann gehen wir doch mal und treffen unseren guten Kollegen. Wo ist Kim? Kim habe ich sehr vermisst die letzte Woche. Mr. Kitsuragi.
Yes?
The lieutenant's posture becomes rigid and uncomfortable as you lean forward and sniff the area just above his shoulder blade.
Sollten nicht versuchen, ihn zu erschnüffeln.
He smells like a man, a perfectly normal man. Wait, there's something there. Something that sets your GABA receptors aflutter. The lieutenant's aftershave, a common drugstore brand. Strong hints of pine needle. Strange, you're not getting any strong ideological whiffs from the lieutenant.
Als sowas nicht gibt, Rhetorik.
Do you need something, Detective?
Ich habe mich nur gerade gefragt, welche Rasierwassermarke Sie nutzen.
It's nothing fancy, just plain old Tiger Super Special.
Okay.
I do like the way it tingles though. It's the only part of shaving I actually look forward to. Was there something else you wish to discuss?
Nein. Ich finde es ein bisschen verdächtig, dass man mit denen nichts machen kann, weil die ja echt schon lange hier rumchillen.
Wow. Just wow. I hope you really enjoyed yourself up there. Had a cathartic experience. Because for the rest of us,
Ach komm.
that really sucked.
Sie verstehen meine Darbietung einfach nicht. Diese hohen Töne. Ich habe sie absichtlich verzerrt, um eine erdrückende, zermürbende Traurigkeit zu vermitteln.
I get it. You were purposefully shit. So original. I'm not letting anyone up there again. Ever. Now what did you want?
Und die Rechnung schon mal zahlen?
Got the 20 real?
Ja.
Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another 20 real tomorrow.
Wir können ja tatsächlich inzwischen draußen im Fischerdorf übernachten. Aber da bin ich ein bisschen zu sehr Luxusbulle für. So. Ich glaube, hier müssen wir nichts mehr machen.
No, something about this bunch doesn't smell right. They are, but they don't seem too keen to talk with you, do they?
Sie war noch nie besonders abhängig darauf, mit mir zu reden.
No, they don't. Glenn seems to be contemplating grievous bodily harm while he massages his raw knuckles. In the far back, Eugene is doing his best to ignore you.
Währenddessen wirft der dicke Angus dir verstohlene Blicke zu und murmelt unruhig vor sich hin, okay?
From his perch at the end of the table, Titus Hardy himself stares at you with a cold contempt that makes you want to leave the cafeteria straight away.
Okay.
Besides, you're pretty sure they consider themselves social democrats.
Das sind die Schlimmsten. Wer hat uns verraten? Die Sozialdemokraten. Wer hat uns verraten? Wer hat uns verkauft? So, dann schauen wir mal, was am Start ist. Produktive Ehrendrüsen. Ach, wir haben noch so viele Konzepte zu erforschen. Das ist ja schlimm. So, nee, ich möchte gerne meine Quests haben. Ein paar Genossen aufspüren. Nee, ich gehe an die Küste und halte nach Ruby Ausschau. Auf dem Weg spüre ich gerne ein paar Genossen auf, aber bis dahin. Oh, wer da?
That's one brutal motor carriage.
Boah, das sind Pissschuhe steht, okay.
If I were a real skull now, I'd jack it, paint it in palm tree livery, then bottom light it, neon style.
Okay.
A snazzy shit-ripped skullmobile like this would make a fine trophy. We could, like, hang fucking shrunken heads from the side mirrors. Cops' heads. Scary tribal shit.
Könnt ihr euch auch mal schießen oder sowas?
Yeah, tribal shit. A cop carriage like this would have proper
Exit
skull.
Planet.
While I appreciate the interest you take in my brutal motor carriage, I have to stop you right there. The RCM takes threats directed at its property seriously.
It's just theoretical work, Copper. No basis in reality.
Okay.
Man, if we were certified skulls right now...
Skulls. Now there's a strong organizational title.
Vor allem haben wir nicht Cindy the Skull?
I can tell you who we're not, cop. We're not snitches or skulls.
Which is not to say that the skulls are bitches and... On the contrary.
Okay.
The part of this presentation you want to take home with you, cop man, is we're not part of the skulls yet.
Ist das eigentlich Absicht, dass der Chat nicht zu sehen ist? Der Chat nicht zu sehen? Moment. Ah. Ah. Danke für den Hinweis. Nö. Ich glaube, ich habe ihn aus Versehen umgestellt. Jetzt ist er wieder da.
Let's indulge in some intellectual exchange. These young men seem eager to share their beliefs.
Wer sind die Totenköpfe?
You don't know? What kind of cop are you?
It's not a question. Don't get it.
Vor allem, ich bin froh, dass du fragst. Natürlich weiß ich das. Ich stelle euch Jungs noch auf die Probe.
The skulls are the most vicious gang of the Besmertne.
Nice.
Besmatine, or the Besmati, the Immortals, are West River Sholian crime syndicates.
Ah.
The nastiest bunch of psychos ever. Jacking carriages and getting into high-speed chases.
Nice.
Possessing an infinite amount of fuck-all swagger, infamous for their non-verbal modus operandi.
Nonverbal.
If a skull spots you, he will pull out his dagger and stab you without saying a word.
Ah. Stil.
Lieutenant's
Feuer.
voice is as calm as usual, a testament to the violence and death he's witnessed through the sight of his firearm.
They usually occupy the burnt-out quarter in Jamrock, or you can find them loitering around their brightly painted bottom-lighted vehicles.
I can't wait to become a skull. Bottom lights are wretched aggressive.
Jetzt bin ich mal gespannt, ob sie Cindy the Skull kennen.
Oh yeah, Cindy's a right proper skull.
Yeah, a true artist of the future. Just like Arno van Eyck.
By the way, if you see Cindy, give her our regards.
Das machen wir.
For all their nihilistic posturing, these young men are not lacking in youthful idealism. The lieutenant on your left is unusually lenient toward them.
We're not franchise skulls. Well, not yet. Once we get our name out there, we'll have a chance to join them.
Ah.
Because we can be just as psycho and vicious. You'll see.
Ah, you'll see for sure once we're in. It's the last thing you'll ever see before the void consumes you.
Oh, Darkness.
Throw him off his game.
Bist du dir sicher, dass ein Totenhof sowas sagen würde?
Well, yeah, I mean, we're only saying practice things for now, so we don't mean no harm to the Skulls brand, or to you.
This is definitely something the Skulls would say, but we're not trying to encroach on the Skulls brand in any way. On the contrary, we're just here to market it.
Ja, Moment, die gibt also hier nur vor, so fies und böse wie die Totenköpfe zu sein.
Hey, we can be just as hard. Like pavement on top of pavement, or a brick on top of another brick.
Or a grave on top of a grave.
Yeah.
These kids have the vocabulary, but might be missing a brain.
Old man, it doesn't matter. He'll be long gone before his greatness is recognized.
Wir sind ziemlich alt.
Yep, old as fuck.
Yeah, man. It's like at death's door. No wonder you know nothing about the future. You won't.
The Union does their share of policing in Martinez, at least where gangs are concerned. That's why there isn't much organized crime around here.
Apart from the unions themselves, of course.
Don't you worry about that. We're gonna make up for the deficit.
Ah, das ist aber nett. FDW.
Yeah, we are. Mm-hmm.
Genau, was ist mit diesen Jacken?
What about them?
Warum steht da Sweet?
Well, first off, it's a statement and not necessarily something that characterizes me as a person, even though the statement has character. And I do like piss. The word piss epitomizes the struggle taking place in the world. Things being defined as they seem, not as they are. And, I guess, it's also about communal spirit, the future, and truly appreciating our differences.
Interessant, dass es hier auch zensiert ist. Ich meine, kann man es lesen oder ist es so zensiert, dass es wirklich komplett weggekratzt ist? Na, ich kann ja nicht nochmal so. Dreh die mal um. Ist das ein T am Block? Das T kann man noch. Das T kann man sehen, also ist gut übersetzt.
Also, you've got to admit, it catches the eye. And since the Grand Piper is slowly but steadily moving towards basing the economy on it, attention, it is imperative that the medium itself convey the message. What I mean by this is, we are all piss and that the world is inherently meaningless.
Nice.
Though he seemed lacking in vocabulary, it seems that the young man has expertise in at least one field, even if it's rather narrow.
Okay, der eine hat Dude stehen, der andere hat Sweet stehen.
Like I said before, many men keep searching for the one, for so-called true love, which is actually just obsession masquerading as kinship. The thrill of the chase, the hollowness that fills your chest cavity after catching it.
I think you're going hollow.
I'm wondering if the poetics come with the jacket, or are they derived from something else entirely?
To catch a fish, you'll need to hurl the lure many times, and even then it isn't certain that you'll get anything. If you blow up the lake, though,
Yeah.
you get more fish in a shorter time. And, for time is of the essence and fleeting ever so quickly, one must think of a way to fuck the whole world and not get caught up in fucking some one. Because when one fucks everything, he fucks nothing. And that, to me, feels glorious. Sticking your dick into the void.
Sticking your dick into the void. Das muss ich mir
I
merken.
hate to admit it, but in a weird way,
Ja.
he's got a point. Is it a coincidence that here we have two badass jackets and two badass cops?
Yes?
Glauben Sie, dass es ein Zufall ist?
What is?
Sind zu zweit, genau wie die Jacken.
What are you implying?
Wir sollten uns diese Jacken besorgen. Nein, wir wissen genau, worauf ich hinaus
I
will.
don't. What are you implying?
Sind Sie eher der Typ für Fisch oder für Fick die Welt?
Neither.
Kaum sie käme, es ist doch nur ein Gedankenspiel.
If only to end this discussion. Theoretically, if I were a juvenile delinquent, if I were to already be down that path, I think this is the stronger of the two statements.
Passt perfekt, ich fühle mich eher wie der Fick die Welt-Typ.
Seems about right, especially considering your heroic exit attempts.
That's an origin story for a dynamic duo right there.
Nice.
So are we done here? Or you don't need us around for your secret whisper party, do you?
Bitte es für dich und die Lieutenant um die Jacken. Ja. Ja.
These guys aren't scary. You're not scary. I have nothing to work with here. It's either begging or bullying. Or both. Just ask them, maybe.
Mein kritischer Fehlschlag.
Why?
Schaut euch bloß die Scheiße an, die ich habe.
Yeah, like he said, total shit. What about it?
You didn't say that.
Meine Klamotten machen mich traurig. Ich will wieder mehr lachen im Leben.
The lieutenant looks down at his bomber jacket and shrugs, obviously content with his uniform.
Bitte.
Fine. Fuck it. Here.
Es hat geklappt.
I can't handle this sad shit.
Das hat geklappt.
It's true. He simply can't. It's called empathy. Wow. I did not see that coming.
Ich auch nicht.
Better wear that jacket with pride.
Fuck that. You're not getting mine. My dad's a lawyer in La Delta. He'll have your badge.
No, he won't.
Nein.
The lieutenant is lightly amused by the situation.
Warte mal, Weltficker, du hast einen reichen Papa?
No. He's like a volunteer lawyer. A total bitch. Cites law and does dishes. You know what, cop? Fuck you. That's not what this is about. You're not getting my jacket.
Fuck him. We don't need his rich dad jacket anyway.
Genau, scheiß drauf. Ich habe die Jacke besorgt.
I'm not wearing that jacket.
Warum nicht? Sie könnte es so richtig krachen lassen. Verdeckt ermitteln. Knallhart.
I don't think this case requires us to go undercover or raise hell. In fact, I don't think the jacket will be useful at all.
Trotzdem gut zu wissen, dass wir sie haben. Sollte sich die Notwendigkeit ergeben.
The need will not arise.
No.
Look at this cute shit. How can we become skulls if you go around fraternizing with cops? Let's get the fuck out of here before anyone sees us.
Das wäre ganz gut.
Fuck. I'm sorry, man. I just don't like confrontations, that's all.
Cute. The need will not arise. Ich liebe den so sehr, den Kim. Ich kann gar nicht ausdrücken, wie lieb ich ihn habe. So, wo ist diese Jacke? Ein bisschen muss ich sie tragen.
You finally made it, haven't you? People point fingers at you and whisper to each other when you pass by, wondering, where did that man get such a cool jacket? Did he receive it upon graduating the École Normale Supérieure de Badasserie? Is he dangerous?
Verdammt richtig, ich bin gefährlich.
You are very dangerous, my friend. Dangerous and cool. In fact, no one dares to say a single thing about the jacket. But believe me, they are all very impressed.
Ja. Das ist jetzt ein bisschen eskaliert. Aber ich kann noch mit den neuen Informationen mal bei Cindy the School vorbeigucken, oder? Das ist wieder ein bisschen laut hier. Cindy, der Mondbär.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Z-Bildung ist ein ausgereichtes Bewusstsein für Ästhetik. Probieren es einfach mal.
Yeah. Why? It's a wall. An ordinary wall.
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by? We have business to attend to.
Irgendwas ist mit der Wand. Aber hier kommen wir nicht zu Cindy, dem Sigul, ne? Die ist weiter oben. Da.
There. Do you smell that?
Was soll ich
Can
riechen?
you not detect that inimitable whiff of dissatisfaction and restlessness? That sense that the world is in need of dramatic, even violent reordering?
Ja.
What do you smell? The first thing that strikes you is the overwhelming brine. You imagine yourself underwater, a 100-legged arthropod scuttling along the murky silt at the bottom of the sea.
Ja, ist gemein. Ich hätte ja sogar einen Jackenbonus, genau.
But then, the unmistakable reek of seagull shit hits you, buoyed along on the air currents. An acrid melody atop mouldering cords of wood rot and heavy fuel oil.
Everything in order, detective?
Ich genieße nur die Morgenluft wie ein ganz normaler Detektiv.
There's a lot to take in, isn't there?
Der trüpft die Nase, ja.
Without a doubt, your politico-olfactory cortex doesn't deceive you.
Natürlich, und
Smell
Cindy.
is coming from that balcony over there. Certainement, a precocious communist youth, a symbol of a kinder, more hopeful future. Now's your chance to establish contact with your a chance to establish contact with the future. What a beautiful, terrible thought.
Beautiful.
Hello again, officers. Have you come to admire my mural?
Viele Grüße vom Fischwucht und Fick. Entschuldigung, jetzt habe ich es gesagt. Viele Grüße vom Fischwucht und Fick die Welt.
I don't believe it. I've never known those boys to have manners.
The bemusement in her voice doesn't fully mask genuine tenderness.
Ich scheine große Stücke auf dich zahlen.
They'll never be skulls, but their hearts are in the right place.
Totenköpfe sind cool. Kann ich ein Totenkopf werden?
Fat chance. But you can still do your part to revitalize the neighborhood.
Aber wie?
She throws you a conspiratorial glance, then presses her finger to her lips and squints up at the sky.
Have you noticed the quiet? Every so often, you might hear a gunshot pierce the air somewhere in Jamrock. But in Martinez, no gunshots, no sirens. The people are languishing in boredom and complacency. This place is a sepulchre. We'll paint it red. We bring the raucous. You bring the sirens.
Okay, das kriegen wir hin.
And what do you know about politics?
Alle drei Optionen sind kacke. Ich bin auf der Suche nach Genossen, die mir helfen sollen, den großen masovianischen Wursthäcksler anzuheizen. Willst du mir helfen? Oder meine Nase hat mir gesagt, dass du eine kommunistische Mitstreiterin bist. Oder ich bin auf der Suche nach einem Maulwurfsvolk. Der Wursthäcksler.
The girl erupts in a cackle that seems like it should belong to a much older woman.
Oh, that's very nice. The little piggy wants to make sausages. Out of what? His little piggy friends?
Einer aus der Bourgeoisie.
So, the little piggy is a big bad communist now.
Ja.
Sure. I know someone who'd love to talk that ideological stuff. You're looking for Stepan.
Wer ist denn Stepan?
I might.
Rätst du's
No.
mir? Was?
Lieutenant let slip a sigh that seems to suggest this turn was utterly predictable.
Einfach was von mir
A
verlangt.
wicked grin extends across her face.
Steht irgendeine Quest vor dir?
A laughing skull death hilarious. This is gonna be bad.
Kannst immer noch ignorieren. Außerdem ist das Death Stranding.
Oink for me, piggy. Just once.
Kaum schon, so behandelt man doch seinen revolutionären Bruder nicht.
Wrong. This is exactly how I treat my little brother.
Widerwillig.
There, that wasn't so bad, was it?
It's not the worst indignity you've suffered the last several days, but it is up there. The lieutenant, needless to say, is not impressed.
Pah!
Sounds like you're really serious about meeting Staban.
It's touching.
Staban's group meets only at night, in an old room in these apartments here. It just so happens you're in luck. Their weekly meeting is tonight.
Oh.
Poke your snout around sometime after 10 p.m. and you might just find them.
Kannst du mir noch was über diesen Stevan erzählen?
Just that he's a real communist. Not like the play acting you've been doing. The rest, you'll have to see for yourself.
Da habe ich das Gefühl, dass da ein Haken ist.
Oh, smart pig. Because there is. See, Steban's a bit on the paranoid side. He's got all these mega secret passphrases to keep
Oh.
out infiltrators and the like. You
Oh.
can't join the meeting without one.
Gerade willst du mir nicht verraten, stimmt's?
Why would I? That would be so boring. Now, let's see if you're half as dedicated a communist as you say you are. That's enough. Off with you then.
Was ist das? Kann ich das anklicken? Die Fragen bewegen sich nur ein kleines bisschen. Von drin beobachtet dich jemand. So, Moment. Ich ziehe jetzt aber erstmal wieder eine vernünftige Jacke an. Ah, das war zwar lustig, aber wir sind wieder cool. Außerdem möchte ich nicht, dass Kim sich für uns schämt. Der arme Kim geht zur Frage. Ist die Frau mit dem Boot eigentlich noch da? Oder ist die weg? Scheint weg zu sein. Bin ins Dorf an der Küste gesegelt, Officer. Wir sehen uns dort. Joyce. Okay. Sind wir jetzt nicht wieder uncool? Das ist eine Frage, wie man es definiert. Die Coolness muss ja aus innen kommen. Von innen kommen. Aus innen von kommen. Ich glaube, die helfen uns nicht mit unserem kommunistischen Kurs. So, hat sich hier eigentlich irgendwas getan?
Everything's still cool here, officer.
Start with a little compliment, then work your way up from there. This is about business, remember.
Oh, okay. But why, officer?
Das ist jetzt
An
Investition.
investment? What kind of investment?
Sie investieren in mich, einen äußerst experimentellen Menschen.
I guess it can't be any riskier than speculating in exotic derivatives. How much are we talking about here?
1 Million Real.
But officer, I don't have that kind of money. There's got to be a more modest investment.
10 Real?
10 real is a bargain for that kind of investment. You got it, my man.
Was auch immer ich jetzt damit gemacht habe.
Shine on these sunglasses last.
These are all boring. Boring third-rate ho-hum sunglasses made of cheap Syrahese plastic, the kind of plastic that melts in the sun.
Das klingt nicht sehr praktisch für Sonnenbrillen.
Those UV stickers are almost certainly just there for the show. If anything, these lenses probably direct more UV light into your pupils.
These are all first-rate sunglasses. Premium design, superb material, very cool, UV resistant. These will definitely keep your eyes safe and cool while doing your dangerous police work.
Ich habe sehr schlechte Würfel heute. Vielleicht muss ich die aber auch alle rauswürfeln.
No luck. All you find is this lime-colored cellophane visor, produced by a bargain sportswear brand called Amphibian, apparently. There's a malformed green frog on its bent cap.
Na toll.
Oh, that visor is perfect for you, officer. It'll definitely keep the sun out of your eyes while you're shooting criminals. Bang, bang! All for a mere 6 Real.
Okay, sollten wir auf Feuergefechte vorbereitet sein?
I hope not.
You don't like it? Sure, Square Joe. No problem. Let's get you some real shades.
Ja.
40 and practical, officer. Good choice.
Was können wir denn noch mitnehmen? All good.
The speakers below are banged up and worthless. The sneakers triumph over them. They're the star of the show here. These once respectable speakers have been conquered, reduced to a mere prop by the indomitable Faun Ultras atop them. A small heat emboss on the veneer reads, "Solidarity aid from the People's Republic of Samara." The speakers themselves don't seem to display any magical qualities.
Magisch?
No, don't look at the speakers, officer. Look at the sneakers.
Na,
Sneakers are the stars here.
was denn mit den Lautsprechern?
These, officer? These speakers are Samaran garbage. I'm ashamed to even use them for props. Don't waste your time on them.
Samaran trash? That sounds like they're from the Samaran People's Republic, produced under the dictatorship of the proletariat.
Kann ich nicht die traurigen, bezwungenen samaranischen Lautsprecher kaufen?
No way, officer. These aren't for sale. They're bad speakers. Low-fi socialist junk.
Genau deshalb will ich sie.
No, officer. You're a high-class policeman who accepts nothing less than the best. Lucky for you, I've got the best on sale.
Moment, was ist, wenn ich doch mehr verdiene als eine sozialistische Tour? Nein.
Well, if you want them, but see, they are the pedestal for my sneakers. If I let go of the speakers, where will the sneakers go? I can't leave premium lifestyle sneakers on the ground. If, on the other hand, you wanted to buy the sneakers too, I could maybe throw in the speakers for little extra.
Na gut.
A pair of Faun Ultras. The design is impossibly sleek and simple. A futuristic silhouette with a sleek monochrome colorway, a jet black upper, and a silver-lined midsole.
Okay.
Those sneakers, mister. Those sneakers are the latest Faun sneakers. Super air,
50 Real.
fine, super cool. Only 50 Real.
Only? That's madness. Faun Ultra. We're the future. You remember the slogan from some magazine?
Kann ich nicht irgendwie handeln? Sind schon gut in den Werten. Na gut.
Super cool. Now the premium lifestyle is yours, officer.
Können uns hier mal ein bisschen Geld ercheaten.
The sneakers seem to vibrate in your hands with an almost mystical energy.
The junk is yours, officer. Happy listening. Try not to hurt your ears with that Samaran garbage.
So, was war noch?
You keep coming back. That's good, officer. Keep browsing those clothes. Keep saving that economy.
Kaspar, ich möchte nicht, dass du einen Respekt für mich verlierst, aber ich habe kein Problem mit Cheaten. Solange man sich nicht selber den Spaß damit verdirbt.
Save the economy? That sounds off.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle your cash, keep it in circulation. Don't buy new things.
Recycle your cash? Warum muss die Wirtschaft gerettet werden?
Look around, officer. You see all these premium goods just sitting there, not getting bought? We've got to keep the flow of goods moving.
Ah,
Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children?
wir müssen Mütterchen Wirtschaft retten.
That's the spirit. We've all got to. You won't regret it, officer.
Ich weiß nicht. Haben wir jetzt alles gekauft?
The shine on these sunglasses
Ah. Kannst noch aktivieren, aber ist anscheinend nichts mehr drin.
coming back. That's good, officer.
You find your hands deep in. The box smells like cat piss, or like an old person with no money.
Economical, but also trendy. Look
Wirtschaft, die wir unseren Kindern niederlassen. Ja.
Keep the economy moving.
Ach ja, die Schreiber sind schon gut. So, hat sich eigentlich der Stau jetzt geklärt? Nee, die komischen Leute sind immer noch da.
Looking for something, Hunt? Come to tell me to fuck off again?
Sie hatten Rechte und Privilegien erwähnt.
Oh, yeah, they're a big deal. My great-grandfather was a carter, had a royal license and everything. We've tried to hold on to our privileges. Someone with a cart? What did you think it was? That's how deep into history our thing reaches. Before machines. Sure fucking is. We have a guild and everything, huh? Very ancient. Very prestigious. Goddamn right. They've been trying to fuck us out of our heritage in the name of profit. But when they try to replace us, they'll regret it. Trusting street thugs with their goods is going to fuck them right up the ass. Mark my words. Generations of practice and no laughing matter. Oh, not much anymore. I'm here to pick up some cargo, but apples.
Apples.
It's exactly the kind of thing you'd say if you.
Das klingt mir suspekt.
Look, as detective. I come from. Oh, I'm here to pick up a load of.
Koiko may be another derogative for a person from Grad, you think.
Ach, in Grad werden noch Äpfel angebaut.
Yep, it's one of their main exports. They grow him down South Yekokata. A beauty.
In fact, Yekokata is a desolate wasteland whose name literally translates to Zone of Ecological Catastrophe. It features no scenic vistas and supports virtually no plant or animal life.
Manche haben auch ein Problem, wenn andere Leute ein Spiel auf leicht spielen. Ich glaube, das steckt schon in dem Satz, ne? Manche Leute haben ein Problem, wenn andere Leute ein Spiel auf einfach spielen. Sounds like a you problem. Nee, also halt, also ich habe auch tatsächlich so eine Erfahrung gemacht mit zum Beispiel Horizon Zero Dawn, dass es mir auf einfach nicht so viel Spaß gemacht hat wie auf normal. Aber es gibt mega viele Spiele, die ich auf einfach spiele, die mir da auch einfach mehr Spaß machen, weil ich dann mehr Tempo in der Story machen kann. Die Leute sollen einfach so spielen, wie sie Spaß haben. Ich würde mich freuen, wenn ich in Dark Souls ab und zu mal eine Unverwundbarkeit einschalten könnte oder so. Aber naja, that's just me. So. Ekokata liegt nicht im Süden und dort werden definitiv keine Äpfel angebaut.
Yeah? Says who?
Steckt im Namen, die Zone der ökologischen Katastrophe.
Then, I guess they grow apples somewhere else. You can never really tell with those koikos. There.
He means the people living in Grad.
Yeah, you know, Gradniks, Gradvolk. Those degenerates from Grad.
Ah, ist das ein Schimpfnamen?
Hey, if the name and description fit by the very grace of nature, who am I to say otherwise?
Also darf ich die Äpfel sehen?
Did you miss the part where I said they aren't here yet? Besides, even if I did have some, I wouldn't go putting my nose in them, huh?
Was?
Relax. You've got all you can get here. He probably doesn't even know what he's hauling, even if it is something unsavory. So he'd remain unaccountable.
Weiß nicht, wie ich bei dem weiterkomme. Tatsächlich soll er einen ja auf diese Drogenquest führen, aber es ist wohl nicht für mich gemacht.
There it is again. That spectral smell haunting this industrial harbor. And it smells like heavy fuel oil mostly, because it's an industrial harbor. Years of turmoil, of hopes and dreams, ground beneath the inexorable tides of capital.
Ich kann in etwa riechen, wie die Träume von Kapital zermalmt werden. Schließ den Augen und atme es ein.
Can you smell it now? You inhale. The cilia along your olfactory epithelium tingle with excitement as they sift through the swirling morass of industrial odors. First come the smells of the agitated strikebreakers, layers of body oil and sweat, over-buttered meals pulled from bake-like lunch pails, the biting stench of lye soap. And then there's the slowly oxidizing metal gates, the scent of stale grease emanating from every crack.
Klingt nach ehrlichen Arbeiter.
Still smelling for communist, detective?
Wie kommen Sie denn da drauf?
No offense, detective, but you're not particularly subtle.
Ha!
The lieutenant's right. It's sort of amazing how unsubtly you're sniffing the air around you. Almost like you're trying to call attention to yourself. What the lieutenant thinks is irrelevant. Your politico-olfactory cortex is lighting up like a holiday display. Look, it's pointing you right to that railing over there.
Zu Manjana?
Yes, now's your chance to establish contact.
Okay. Was ist denn mit dem Typi hier?
Right to work! Right to...
Ja. Der nervt mich jetzt schon wieder.
Hola, Wandering Man. How can I help you?
Hören Sie mal, Bruder. Ich muss mit Ihnen über was Wichtiges sprechen.
What's that, boy?
Now's your chance. Remember, communists are notoriously skittish, so it's best to insinuate your way in.
Suche nach Leuten, die wissen, meine Wurst.
Have you tried a butcher shop?
Es geht um unseren gemeinsamen Freund. Krass.
Don't think I've ever met a Kras personally. Then again, I've never been to Grad.
Okay, maybe it's time to abandon the subtle approach.
Suche nach Kommunisten.
Nistas, huh? Can't say that's where I thought you were heading with this. Not that I'm criticizing. It's good for a man to take his time and think about the whole socio-political world.
Mitarbeiter noch einen schönen Abend. Tschüss, Lasper. Bis zum nächsten Mal.
It's certainly been an interesting development to witness firsthand.
So you've given up copying and now you're hunting comunistas. Care to say why? A fellow plains roamer in search of greater understanding. A classic story.
Yep.
I wish I could help. Unfortunately, I don't know many comunistas.
Sehr sicher, Sie riechen ein Kommunist.
Didn't realize you could smell communism. But then, I've never studied the subject.
Maybe it's not taught in any of your so-called universities, but there's definitely something going on here.
Okay.
But you know, I did meet a genuine ideologo a few months ago. Perhaps he's your guy.
Hat sich vielleicht als Stepan ausgegeben?
Didn't say anything about his name. Wasn't this sort of encounter where names matter? You know, a guy with a theory.
Ah, die
Someone who likes to
Theorie.
pit his theory against other theories in deadly theory combat.
Model Theory Combat.
It was late one night as I was leaving the arbor. He was waiting on the corner in a bright white jacket, classic Saramirizian style. He asked me for a light. We shared cigarettes. Then he asked me if I ever thought about getting into some of the extra physical branches of communism.
Extra physisch. Was haben Sie ihm geantwortet?
The same thing I always tell people who try to press some claim on me. I said, every boyadero
Wird immer noch Disco gespielt. Natürlich SWB. Hallo.
You know, a guy with a theory. Someone who likes
Wir haben
it was
sie
late one night, he asked me for a
kennengelernt.
light. We shared cigarettes.
Sind hier die extraphysischen Untergruppen?
No idea. I took it to mean he was asking me to join some sort of underground cell.
Er konnte auch den Kommunismus riechen.
The sort of thing comunistas used to do before the revolution.
Eine coole Art, Leute anzusprechen, das hätte mir einfallen müssen.
It was alright. A little like something out of a Vespertine spy novel, but I must respect the effort.
Und wie finde ich den?
I couldn't tell you. Once I declined his offer, we finished our cigarettes and he disappeared back into the night. Just before he melted into the shadows, he turned to me and said, "Remember Dobrava and Abadanais."
Dobreva und Abadanais.
And then he was gone. I don't know. Guess not everyone remembers.
Das sollten wir uns merken als Formulierung. Mach mal einen Screenshot. So. Was meinen Sie, was das bedeuten sollte?
Some comunista inside talk could be not meant for the wider public. They love that kind of thing. You'd have to ask someone who knows the ideologo personally.
Okay, das scheint eine der Losungen zu sein.
Not to interfere in your personal errand, but it might have something to do with that passphrase Cindy mentioned earlier.
Ah, stimmt, gut mitgedacht.
The lieutenant nods.
Der Kim ist doch der Beste, ich habe ihn so lieb.
Just in time, the faithful partner arrives with the key that turns the lock. You two make a good pair. I salute you, boyas, and wish you good fortune on this grand ideological quest.
The man whispers a jaunty tune.
So, war schön. Nee, war schön. War schön. Nee, war schön. Disco, Disco, kannst du nicht werden. Disco, Disco, muss man sein. Nee, da kommen wir nicht weiter. Gut, dann, ich wollte ja schon vor einer Stunde ins Küstendorf. Dann sollten wir das mal so langsam machen. Ich habe jetzt erst White Penis gelesen, aber es war White Pines. Sieh doch mal Sneaker und Cappy an. Ah, natürlich. Mhm. Kratzige Hose. Das sind doch die Sneaker, ne? Grundschuhe, ja. Jetzt sehen wir schon viel besser aus. Die kratzige Hose noch dazu. Zwielicht +2. Nein. Ist das der Pawnshop? Ich könnte mal sagen, dass wir unsere Pistole wiedergefunden haben. Ich weiß nicht, was er mit der Info anfängt, aber es ist nicht verkehrt. Weil dass die Froschaugen nur im Balken drin sind. Ja, sieht mehr so ganz normale Kopiersmütze aus.
Hello, hello. Let me know if I can help you with anything.
All the old boomboxes are there, blinking and waiting to whirl. All but one. Yours.
Okay, ich glaube, wir haben hier genug Zeug.
Wow, a very large red t-shirt with an impressive print
Oh.
stands out from the other garb.
Ist das so?
Oh yeah, the print depicts a muscled man striding toward you, a giant sword in each hand, encircled by burning embers. Behind him is a cluster of cabins engulfed in flames. Beneath him are the words, Hjelmdal burning.
Nice.
The antlers on the hood of the man's cloak and his piercing blue eyes are familiar.
Wer ist denn der Typ auf dem T-Shirt?
The man from Hjelmdal.
Walking away from his burning village. Yes.
Sag doch einfach, dass es Conan ist.
Their matter-of-fact tone belies their surprise at the fact that you didn't recognize the figure in the print. Lie, sire, for no reason.
That's very sad, man. Then you missed out on some pretty well executed, albeit repetitive, adventure literature.
Na gut.
The man from Hjelmdal is the hero of a series of popular books based on a fictional version of Kotla, mostly what is nowadays Arda NFD. In fact, most people don't think that man from Hjelmdal ever really existed, but they are wrong.
Are they?
Hjelmdal isn't a real place.
Neither is the man a real man, of course. But both the man and Hjelmdal are an ontological necessity. But hey, it's not worth getting into an argument about.
Wow, what?
Wollen Sie sagen, dass es den Mann von Hjelmdal wirklich gab?
I mean, even if the man from Hjelmdal didn't exist before the adventure novels, the stories have made it so that he has. It's simple, really.
Okay.
You sound skeptical. It's not that complicated. All that's required is a more robust understanding of cause and effect.
Das stimmt.
Besides, I've been to Kotla, though not quite as far north as the Hjelmdal, and watched northern lights travel across the sky. Very unique, energetic tides there.
His theory isn't exactly incoherent, but its logic does suggest some unusual neural activity. Interesting.
Very interesting.
Very, very unique energies indeed. Geomagnetic ley lines, one might even say.
Warum sollen wir jetzt an allem riechen?
Smells like worn cotton and a little old sweat there. Worn cotton with a side of flea market or trash bin.
Ja, was denn jetzt? Flea Market oder Trash Bin? Das ist schon ein Unterschied.
Sniffing is okay, but please don't try anything on. Can't have you leaving your photon emissions in the fabric of things you're not going to buy.
You're not imagining it. Photon emissions? What is he talking about?
Wie viel wollen Sie denn für das Shirt?
2 real.
That's dirt cheap.
Cool.
You should.
Na gut, das nehmen wir.
Welcome to Hjelmdal, officer.
Nice. Man sieht es nicht wirklich, oder? Naja, ziehen wir mal das Satanhemd wieder an. Ich finde schade, dass man die Ampel oder was ein Straßenlicht nicht in sein Zimmer packen kann. Das wäre geil. Okay, da kommen wir nicht lang. Aber hier. Das heißt, ich sprich mal runter und uns zu schnupfen holen. Oh mein Gott, der arme Harry de Bois. Kommen wir irgendwo hin? Ja. Dann mal ab ins Dörfchen. Und nach Ruby. Fragen. War hier was drin? Nein. Boah, Gesundheit. Ist, ach, wir haben vergessen, die Stadtbücherei anzurufen. Können wir das eben machen? Karte. Nee, gerade können wir nicht schnell reisen. Hallo, alte Frau. Hat die nicht gesagt, wir sollen die da irgendwo hinten suchen?
Our tenant, the policeman. I hope the waves don't keep you up at night. What can I help you with? What more do you want to know about that poor girl?
Wo ist sie hingegangen?
I don't know. Further up the coast. She tried to leave quietly, but the hinges on that door screech like a cat in it.
It's a peninsula. She might be.
You'll never find her, you know.
I wouldn't worry about that, man. We are persistent.
Yes, it's going to be too much work for you.
Electric neuron. You feel like you should go look at it again. Step closer this time.
Wieso? Können wir gerne machen, aber warum sollen wir das machen? Ich habe jetzt einfach nur so schnell durchgeklickt, weil ich dachte, wir hätten alles schon durch. Ach, das fehlt im Electric Mural ist weiter unten, glaube ich. Das ist gar nicht hier. Das ist gar nicht hier. Das ist wahrscheinlich beim Elektrizitätswerk. Es gab eine Erkenntnis. Fischerhütten, du bist hier. Ich mag, dass das so genau ist. Ah, jetzt geben wir erstmal deine Jacke wieder.
Tequila Sunset.
Mhm. Hier ist deine Jacke.
My jacket?
Ja, die ich von der Melbenscheiße entfernen musste.
A look of consternation crosses the man's face. He looks at you, then at his bottle, then back at you.
What the fuck are you talking about, Tequila?
Willst du damit sagen, dass es nicht deine Jacke ist?
That's medium concept stuff, not my style at all. I can't believe I'm saying this, but maybe you should lay off the booze. It's fucking with your head.
It becomes abundantly clear to you how this man managed to lose his keys, business, friends, and girlfriend. I'm calling it. It's neurological.
Wegen der Jacke habe ich echt düsteren Scheiß durchgemacht. Sollen wir ihm die Jacke geben oder nicht geben? Bin ich unschlüssig, wenn er eh nichts damit anfängt. Was ist denn eure Meinung dazu? Ich habe ein bisschen widerstreben, ihm jetzt die Jacke zu geben, weil er also vielleicht einfach nur wegwirft und wir dann ein cooles Kleidungsstück hätten. Wir haben auch genug Kleidung, ne? Hier, nimm die Jacke.
You know what? Fine. Maybe I can pawn it for some booze.
Aye, good thinking.
So noch mehr Geschichten?
I do. But as you can see, my fuel tank is running quite low. If you catch my drift.
Ich habe was von so einem Streik gebräucht.
Interesting. Ah, this is what they use to keep the working men going.
Ja.
The tale I'm about to tell you is an urban legend particular to Martinez. That said, I first heard it from a former bicycle courier in Koran.
Oh.
There are many variations on the basic story, and the details often conflict. What everyone agrees on is that nobody knows the exact nature or identity of the phenomenon.
Das Phänomen.
Are you telling the story of the headless?
Shut the fuck up, Rosemary.
Nicht spoilern. Nicht spoilern.
Summer of 44. 17-year-old Gertrude Hett is walking home from a late shift at the harbor. It's almost midnight. She stops for a cigarette near the canal.
You got a smoke on you? If yeah, you should light up. Help set
yeah.
the scene.
Our heroine finds herself enjoying the peace and quiet the canal provides.
Sieht zum Himmel auf, als ob auch nach Ruhe suchen würde.
What she doesn't know is that her peace is about to be shattered. From behind her comes the clattering of hooves. Startled, she turns around, and what does she see?
Ein Pferd?
Well, yes, but it's the man on the horse that's of interest here.
The pause is long and dramatic.
With no head on his shoulders. Wearing a found tracksuit, searching for the legendary found cap that went missing when he lost his head.
Moment, ich dachte, der kopflose Fallenreiter wäre auf einem Bullen geritten.
I thought that he rode a headless pig.
Well, there are many versions of this story, the most peculiar of which has the headless found rider riding on the back of another headless man. If I hadn't lost my keys that one time, I'd agree with you. But Gertrude Hett may have been the first to witness the headless found rider. But she wasn't the last. Oh no.
Yes.
Tell him about the two feminists by the locks.
Fuck, Rosemary, they were dating. No one said they were feminists. Everyone always misremembering this stuff.
This wouldn't be the De Ponte Delgado case, would it?
What? You know it?
I've read the case file. But please, go on.
Right. Early autumn of 46. Ulla de Ponte and Eva Delgado are fishing near the waterlock long after the sun has set.
Und weiter.
The wind picks up. A sky already dark now blackens. Water starts falling from above. The first cold rain of the season.
Weiter.
The women are caught in the downpour. They act quickly. Eva gathers the rods whilst Ulla turns around to reach for the tackle box.
Don't turn around. Don't turn around.
Tu es nicht.
When she sees something, her shriek is so violent that the residents of the nearby apartment building believe lightning has struck. But there is no lightning. Only a heavy downpour and the silhouette of the headless found rider looming on the horizon. Ulla makes a run for the shore, but Eva slips on a wet rock and disappears into the cold, cold canal with nary a sound.
No.
Her body is never recovered.
Was soll denn der Fallakte, Kim?
Naturally, Ulla De Ponte became the prime suspect in the disappearance of Eva Delgado. De Ponte maintained that it was the so-called headless found rider and that she ran, fearing for her life. During the investigation, it became apparent that there was a love triangle, the third party being some small-time businessman. I don't remember the exact details. The leading theory was that an argument broke out on the jetty, and De Ponte pushed Delgado into the canal, then cooked up this stupid cover story.
Und wurde sie festgenommen?
No. She committed suicide before she could be taken into custody. They found her in the bathroom with a rifle, her face slowly peeling off the ceiling.
Oh. Eine wunderschöne Formulierung, Kim.
Not a pretty scene.
Ja.
Man, that's some grisly detail. Oh well. Here's to another case closed. Anyway, that's the story of the headless Faun Rider. Pretty crazy, huh?
Ich habe noch eine viel verrücktere Geschichte. Hast du die?
Yeah? Why don't you go eat shit, Tequila? There's no way you know a better one than that.
Puh.
Damn right it doesn't. So why don't you just shut up and leave it to the master?
Hard to argue with that, I suppose.
That's the reality situation for you. You think you got a handle on it, then blam! It throws some wild shit at you. That's why it's critical to stay well hydrated.
Oh. Ja, gut. Ich hab schon ausgetrunken. Wer war der kopflose Reiter vor seinem Tod?
Well, Tequila, that's part of the legend. No one knows for sure. There are a couple of possibilities, though. Some say he was an undercover cop who blew his cover and got beheaded by the vicious gang he had infiltrated. Now he rides, searching for his lost-found cap, plotting revenge.
O headless brother, where art thou?
Others claim he was a professional jockey who veered off course during a steeplechase, ended up in somebody's backyard, and got decapitated by an exceptionally taut clothesline.
Okay.
Personally, I think he was just some guy who hanged himself from a really tall tree, and the fall was so violent that his head came clean off.
Das klingt so.
Coincidentally, at that exact moment, a horse happened to pass under him, and his beheaded corpse mounted it, where it remains to this day. But then, no one really knows.
Was sich bis zum heutigen Tag befindet, das ist genauso übernatürlich.
For some reason, this does strike you as the most plausible theory of them all.
Solide Theorie, ja. Wir nehmen die Jockey-Theorie.
That explains the horse part for sure. Don't know why he'd be wearing a tracksuit, though. Seems like a stretch, if you ask me. Anyway, to each his own. You want to hear any other stories?
Nein, nicht wirklich.
No one knows. Some say he stalks Martinez to this day, and can be seen near the canal when the clock strikes midnight.
He won't, though, because it's just a stupid legend.
Ach, Kim.
Hi. I saw him one night when I was right shit-faced.
Man sieht sich. Sind jetzt schon genug Legenden. Wir müssen ein bisschen was über Ruby rausfinden. So, gucken wir mal, wo wir hier sind. Das habe ich mental alles noch nicht so gemerkt. Und hier rauf. Ja, jetzt bin ich mal gespannt. Wo gehst du lang, mein Freund? Wer seid ihr?
And Mikhail noticed the windows. especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with.
Blonder Mann steht neben seinem Sohn und deutet auf die verwitweten Ruinen. Sie dich näher kommen und lächelt.
You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kitaragi, right? I was just telling my son about this building. Not a lot of people realize the historic significance here. Very rich in hypertext.
Hypertext?
Nice to meet you.
Was war das mit dem Fenster?
Oh yes. So, Mikhail, they had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. That was 49 years ago. So they didn't have windows on the south wall.
Das ist erstaunlich modern für die Welt.
Yes, hypertext. Young Carp and the collection of cultural hyperlinks. No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers.
Er legt seine Hand auf die Schulter des Jungen. Das Kind bleibt hinter dem Mantel seines Vaters versteckt und klammert sich an sein Malbuch, das von Lindwürmern hat.
Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into verbs lately.
Geht das das Online-Rollenspiel?
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling Mikhail before, this is where the coalition landed in 08. We could be standing on what is the most...
Ja, ist das viral oder so?
...in Revachol West.
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why? Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor, Victor Orbis, a cybernetician from Grad. They run Vox in the Occidental countries.
Suche nach einer Verdächtigen.
No, I'm afraid I can't help you with this one, officer. It's just a regular day off for me and Mikhail here.
So you haven't seen anyone around?
No, I'm sorry. As I said, this is just a day off. We just arrived
Verdächtig.
anyway.
There's something friendly and familiar in how he says that. A day off. He's telling the truth. He hasn't seen anyone.
Was ist mit dem leeren Gebäude?
Aha, but it's not just any empty old building.
Ja.
What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D department of Felt Electrical. And Felt, which now sells ink cartridges mostly, was once a top dog in the turn-of-the-century cybernetics boom.
Oh.
Hold on. What's R&D?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. They don't use it anymore.
Steht ja hier. Recherche et développement.
You're probably more familiar with RTD, research and technological development.
Mea culpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead. It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart its stone and metal.
Das haben wir uns doch in der Nacht schon angeguckt,
Bushy
oder?
undergrowth has taken hold of the collapsed rooftop.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial ink cartridge and ferrotape manufacturer remains. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move to Revachol, Feld became a global player in the emerging personal electronics market of the pre-revolutionary era. Still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or should I say, they were developing an ace up their sleeve? I'm mixing my metaphors here.
Was war das für ein Ass?
It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer.
Tape computer?
An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home solution. Revolutionizing business machines, possibly even bring them to the average consumer.
Nice.
Which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet. Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary government liquefied their assets and expropriated those very advanced prototypes, possibly from this very building. or one of the adjacent ruins.
Dann macht er eine Pause und zeigt mit dem Finger auf das andere Gebäude. Dann fährt er fort.
All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D.
Genau.
Yes, they even built a pleasure wheel, but that got destroyed in the war.
Nice.
A pleasure wheel?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory. It's clear he would prefer there were a big wheel lighting up the coast.
Das wäre immer schön.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before Feld arrived. They had to make the prospect of living here attractive. It was supposed to become a global center for innovation in cybernetics. But history had other plans.
Was mit den Ingenieuren passiert? Sind das die erschossen wurden?
Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys. But this story is a bit too dark for little Mikhail here.
Oh God.
Now, if you were to ask about tape computer...
He means that the boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
Nein, das machen wir jetzt nicht.
Tape computers.
Mhm.
They used them for military communications, but also to write and send out press releases. The most notorious example being Le Décret de Mars.
What is that?
What's the Mars Decree? I mean the radio transmission sent out to news agencies and world governments by the newly created commune of Revachol on the 7th of March in the year 02.
Ah.
A short-lived legislative foundation for a short-lived utopia.
It's a beautiful piece of text, actually. A singer-songwriter I know, Charette, called it a love poem to Revachol on her political concept album, Bom Baiser dans ce Lind. You should read it. Every local library in Revachol stocks a copy of the decree.
Okay.
I tried to get Mikhail to memorize it. Tried to. Someone was much too interested in worms to be paying any attention.
Ja gut, Rollenspiele sind doch cool.
The kid takes a peek at the green and silver worm on the cover of the book, already forgetting about this part of the discussion.
Wie haben die Datenbankcomputer funktioniert?
Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word has it, they were very elegant, exquisite, alien-looking turn-of-the-century hardware.
Made out of tape? Der nur aus Band besteht? Moment.
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a little freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje.
Wompty Dumpty Dum Center.
And we had lengthy discussions with Paul Ockerman, who was head curator at the time. This was before the twins Keith and Guy Hughes joined the team, trying to...
Wait, did he just say Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center?
Yeah.
He did it. He said Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center, like it's the most natural thing in the world. What the hell is a Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Juiced?
Genau.
The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Art. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to...
Kim, du denkst das alles aus, oder?
In fact, I'm not. The Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort and are ever in the market for an exhibition space / contemporary art research center.
Okay.
But perhaps I should return to the tape computers.
Also ich will mehr über das Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center.
Very elegant, fragile even. One could write directly on the tape using a special chemical solution. The machine would then analyze the handwriting, perform operations, and project output onto a white screen. It was a beautiful, delicate thing.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Toll.
Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionaries setting fire to this precious device. But so they did. The Feld playback experiment vanished into the fires of 07. Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Feld Playback Experience. But those are incorrect.
Worüber reden wir denn gerade überhaupt? Ist es immer noch ein Spiel über einen Mordfall?
Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype.
Also langsam wäre ich,
3 in ashes remain inside that building.
so langsam wär ich echt enttäuscht, wenn nicht irgendeine epische Weltverschwörung noch dahinter hängt. Okay.
But of course, what else?
Ja.
Sure. What's on your mind?
Nichts.
But of course, what else? No, thanks to you for having me and little Mikael here to pick your brain. A very interesting conversation indeed.
Pick your brain? If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. Whatever.
So, da sollten wir noch mal drauf gucken.
Mural towers above you, saying, Feld electrical, R and D. Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Moment, Schauder, da habe ich doch noch Klamotten für. So, was bringt uns denn Schauder? Nee, 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 nee. Sogar Minus-Schauder, nein. 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 Auch nicht, auch nicht. +1 schaudert, schon mal gut. So. Nee, nee. Nee, nee, nee. Auch nicht, auch nicht, auch nicht. Nein, nein. Ach, ich kann ja wieder. Nein, nein, nein. Doch, das bringt noch Schauder. Was ist denn damit? Okay. Ich meine, die Jacke ist auch, der Mantel ist auch offen. Deswegen ist das eigentlich ganz cool, so rumzulaufen, oder?
The once bright mural towers above you, saying, Feld electrical, R and D. Tomorrow is just a whisper away.
Ja, die Chance hat sich nicht verbessert.
A breeze, like a quiet sigh, moves over you. Go to the children of the big sea. The wind rushes away, leaving you where you were, on the rotting boards of the Feld building.
Aber wir haben ja trotzdem was gehört, oder?
Officer, are you okay? It looked like we lost you for a second.
Kim hatte ich einen Anfall?
Doesn't look like it to me. Probably not, anyway.
Der Wild hat mir auch keine Kinder anzusprechen.
When you're ready, officer.
Okay. Was ist das? Ja, Tat, neue Quest, ja. So richtig viel Geld. Nice. Finde die Kinder der kleinen Kommune am großen Meer. Mal gucken. Wir haben ja eh noch nicht alles erforscht. Winzige Käfige. Handbeschleuniger. Die schweren militärischen Absprachen sind verpult, durchsiebt und zerfallen. Wir reden gleich mit dir, mein Freund. Die Leute da draußen von bis die Guthalte. Ja gut, wir reden ja schon mit dir.
Here we go. Nice and easy.
Ach, der Kryptozyklologe. Hallo, Chris.
There's a cylinder on the ground in which the man is arranging some netting. It looks like some kind of trap.
Who's there? Oh, the police. Hello, officers.
Hello, Kryptozoologe.
Police?
Why are the police here?
Gary, der Kryptofaschist? Wo ist denn Gary?
Don't worry, Gary. I'll handle it. To what do I owe the pleasure?
That's sarcasm. He takes no pleasure from your appearance.
Of course. Thank you for passing along the message. That damn water lock is broken, and we can't go all the way around the A81.
Nein, wir müssen nicht jedem erzählen, dass wir die Schleuse kaputt gemacht haben.
Oh, good. We should really be getting back. Gary could use a hot shower and a warm bed.
Did he say we can go back now?
Yes, Gary. We can go soon. If you see Lena, tell her I won't be long.
Wo ist denn Gary?
Sir, your wife is waiting for you.
I just have to do one more round. See if the phasmid has taken the bait. Then we're going.
His hands are large and weather-worn, but also used to delicate, precise work.
I'm afraid not, officer. I've been busy digging around in the reeds for days, looking for signs of insect activity. I'm less interested in mammalian concerns, to be perfectly honest.
Mammalian concerns.
The lieutenant takes a short note in his notebook, then gestures for you to proceed.
Erzähl mal was über diese Phasmide.
Well, first of all, it's damn difficult to find, which is why we've been knee-deep in the reeds laying traps for it. Good question. Being a phasmid of the order Phantasmodea,
eine Gespenststrecke.
it disguises itself as plant matter. In this case, the reeds. Awful lot of reeds around, aren't there?
Awful lot of reeds.
And I suspect it may have also developed other specialized techniques to protect itself from predators, or scientists in our present case. It's my hypothesis that it has evolved certain electrochemical defenses that allow it to interfere with animal perception, impeding pattern recognition, confusing the visual cortex.
Was könnten wir auch gebrauchen?
I cannot describe how these defenses work, much less how they evolve, without studying a live specimen.
Die Sache ist, ich traue dem Spiel echt zu, dass es das wirklich hier gibt.
Yes, it makes perfect sense. You're beginning to suspect there's something paranatural about this phasmid.
I'm expecting it to be quite giant. One known species of phasmid, called the Megaphasmodea zoensis, is about the size of a grown man's forearm. So,
Genau, gibt's da nicht aufregende Tiere?
typical rookie assumption. Insects are much more sophisticated creatures than those unversed in zoology give them credit for.
Okay.
Even simply catching a glimpse of the Insulindian phasmid would be the apex of of any cryptozoologist's career. But to study it and its defenses, find out how it stayed hidden so long.
Klingt nach einem Traum.
Would be glory itself.
Very little, I'm sorry to say. No one's ever captured a specimen, so all our information is based on first and third-hand accounts. Not yet. That's what makes it a cryptid.
Just out of curiosity, if there's no proof of its existence, how do you know it's real?
Das ist eine gute Frage, Kim.
I know it's real.
It's clear that his obsession with the phasmid is driven by something more than the pure pursuit of scientific advance.
Eine besonders teure Wette laufen.
By which I mean, I've heard enough first-hand accounts to believe quite firmly that the Insulindian phasmid is more than mere superstition.
Und warum?
There was a credible sighting here recently. A pair of teenagers described a creature that matched the Insulindian phasmid to an uncanny degree. Described It's the first credible sighting in several decades. Admittedly, it's an unusual location for this species, but with all the sewage runoff upstream, it probably doesn't matter much anymore.
Ich glaube, sie ist ausgestorben.
I have to resist the thought. Such an extraordinary creature is doubtlessly highly resilient. After all, it's generally thought to be capable of parthenogenesis.
Ja, genau, Kuno ist es. Es ist Kuno oder Kuno S, man weiß es nicht.
Yes, the females don't need males to reproduce. Makes it easier for a species to survive in adverse conditions.
Das ist ziemlich intelligent.
Yes. The Insulindian phasmid is a very clever insect. That's why it's so damn difficult to catch. But as a scientist, I'll try my best to remain dispassionate.
Lena scheint sich ziemlich so
I'm eager to return to her, I assure you. But I can't leave before we finish with these traps.
Aber wie können wir dir denn helfen?
My wife understands that.
Come on, Morale. We've been soaking out here for days. It's time to go back.
And leave the traps? Absolutely not. I won't let Lena down.
Oder wir denken uns einen aus.
Come on, she wants us back. I'm soaked up to my nuts over here. We'll both catch reed crabs if we don't get them soon.
Won't let Lena down? Sounds like the cryptozoologist's wife shares a special connection to the phasmid somehow.
Of course it's important to her. She's seen it.
Whoa.
A verified sighting, on record. One of only 4 this century, and it's hers. Yes, that's how we first came to know one another, in fact. But that's her story to tell, not mine.
Okay.
Needless to say, you must ask her about the mysterious phasmid.
Das müssen wir tatsächlich.
Suffice to say, it's long been our dream to find proof of the Insulindian phasmid together. I can't abandon course now.
Vielleicht könnten sie als Whirling zurückkehren, sich aufwärmen und später zurückkommen.
No, no, no. The traps need to be monitored on a regular schedule. What would we do if the phasmid were to starve while we were sipping tea at the hostel?
He's dead set on this. I could go for some trap setting.
I didn't expect you to take such an interest in our work here, officer.
Ja, irgendwie schon. Ich habe richtig Bock auf diese Kryptiden-Kacke. Ich bin angefixt. Suche nach einer Frau. Vielleicht wird uns ja die Suche nach etwas anderem zu gehen.
Why not? At least it will give us the excuse to look into a lot of reels.
Ja.
That it will. That it absolutely will. I hope you brought your good boots.
Wo stehen die
There
Fallen?
are 4 in total. One is to the south, on this little peninsula, by the boathouses there. It's very near. Another we set in Land's End, to the northeast. It's behind a small sand dune there, on your way to the old radio tower, after the church.
Die Kirche? Und waren wir schon in der Kirche?
The third is set near the canal, where you crossed, by a concrete slab. A big thicket of reeds going up the slope, and among them. You should check at least one of those before returning to this one, since I just said it. This one's more of a technicality, but still, better safe and stupid than sorry.
Und was mache ich dann?
Bring it to me at once. Just make sure the trap's
Achso, das ist ja in der Falle. Ah, okay.
He's not comfortable with the possibility that you'll claim the find, but he's lying about this even to himself.
That's highly unlikely, officer. But in the event you do, I'll spray you with a pheromone mixture I developed.
Doch, Pheromon ist richtig
Made of
geschrieben.
musk and research chemicals. The pheromone should attract the insect to you. Or at least prevent it from bolting at the sight of you. It's quite potent. Will last you about a week.
Klassiker.
This is the smell of dying reeds, of longing crumbling into the water.
I hope you're not buying this. It dispenses it without letting you touch the canister, so it would be precious like holy water.
It is precious. A single dose cost me 50 real to develop. Not that I expect you to understand self-financing one's own research.
No. Ist auch immer den Lieutenant dissen. Bin bereit.
Which means you two can pack up and go back to the whirling.
Whatever he thinks about this detour, it's clear that these men are exhausted and in need of assistance.
Ich habe den anderen Man noch nicht gesehen. Und da er schon ein Kryptofaschist ist, muss ich ja gucken, was das für eine komische Nase ist.
Finally, someone's talking sense.
Thank you for your help. Gary and I will start breaking down camp. If you have any more questions, now's the time to ask. We'll be gone once you get to it.
If it's more cryptid-related business you want to discuss, you'll have time for that later. But what if the information is vital? On the hunt.
Nein. Ach, da ist er. Der ist aber gut getarnt.
Hello, I'm Gary. Very generous of you to help us out, officer. Yellow man. I mean, officer.
The lieutenant raises his eyebrows slightly and takes out his notebook. Yellow man. That sounds awfully familiar. Something to keep in mind for later.
I'm just waiting for my friend Morel to finish up with his insect traps so we can return to civilization.
Ich bin auch so ein Stadtkind.
I like nature, just not this bloody coast. It's mostly drunks and degenerates that come here.
Ich könnte so vielleicht auch beides, ja.
Dark times will do that to good men.
So, ist das Ihre Tasse?
My mug? Why would you think that?
Nee, also ein gelber Mann gesagt.
Really? I hear it all the time. All in jest, of course. No offense meant to anyone.
Aha. Hallo, schönen guten Abend, Josh. In Ordnung, ich glaube Ihnen. Sie wirken wie ein Mann, der weiß, dass eine Straftat ist, einen Polizisten zu belügen.
Okay, I admit it. I threw the mug away in the trash container behind the hostel. I know.
Aha, erwischt.
And I am very sorry, officer. You're not going to find me, are you?
Pff, 250 Real. Oh nein, das machen wir nicht mit ihm. Oder doch? Nein, ich will davon Information.
Thank you. You won't regret this. I won't use another man's property to dump my garbage ever again. I don't know what got into me, really. Work has been stressful lately. Damn Koiko's price dumping us out of competition.
What did you do, Gary?
Nothing. Just answering some questions. Helping out the law.
Here we go. Start pumping that sweet info.
So, dann schauen wir mal. Gary hat die Kleidung eines Mordopfers in diesen Müllcontainer geworfen.
Officer, please. Let me explain. It's not like that.
Ja, erzähl doch mal.
I was only cleaning up. I live right across the yard from where he was hanged, and I saw him stripped naked. All the clothes lying around in the yard, smelling. People are animals, you know?
Ist das so?
Then I came out to clean up the rags because no one else would. I put them into the whirling's trash, along with a broken mug, admittedly.
Gehört ihm das... Ist das sein Apartment, wo wir drin waren?
Okay. I was coming to throw the mug away, and, well, I threw the mug there and the clothes too.
Right. It was just civic duty.
Exactly. That's exactly what it was. civic duty.
As he shifts uncomfortably, a series of clicks, like the clinking of glass beads against one another as they roll across a hardwood floor. You've heard this sound before, but where?
Hören von Glasperlen. Was ist das für ein Geräusch? Hat er ein Rüstungsteil?
I haven't the slightest. There's lots of weird stuff out here in the reeds, though. Insects, trash. Could be the...
Every
Was ein Rüstungsteil.
shifts the reeds and whatever was left in them. Tambourines and condom wrappers, plastic and glass bottles. The smell of decay.
Was ist mit der verschwundenen Rüstung?
Armor? No. I mean, yes. Of course. I know he was wearing armor, but I don't know anything about it.
An infant could see he's not telling the truth, but he's too scared to admit more wrongdoing.
I know a guy who works with the trash collection services, CS Municipal. He gave me a master key for the trash containers of Martinez.
Und warum genau willst du den?
So I can use the Whirling's trash compactor to store my own stuff.
Aha.
Disposal is expensive as hell. The damn Hemians run it like a mob. I'm sorry, okay? I thought I could cut costs. I shouldn't have. I shouldn't have disgraced myself.
Du willst ein ehrlicher Bürger sein, du komischer Kryptofaschist.
Disgraced? No need for the histrionic, sir. It was, after all, just a trash container.
He studies his reaction. Gary doesn't answer.
I hope I could help your investigation. In my small way.
Aber wenn ihr ein Stück von der Rüstung hat. Ah. %. Ich war überrascht, mein Kollege
Not many
zu sehen.
Sealites here, or anywhere, other than Sale. I meant no offense, truly.
Der Lieutenant ist gebürtiger Riverschola.
Oh, yes, of course he is. I was just speaking about his connections. Let's change the subject, okay?
Oh, 28% sind zu wenig. Kann ich beherrschen? Steigern? Ah, das ist ganz schön knapp.
I told you everything I know, sir. I'm truly sorry for the mug, but I have nothing to do with that.
Das wird so oft erwähnt.
Uncomfortable shifting around doesn't make him the killer, though. It's something else.
Bist du auch Kryptozoologe?
No, no. I help Morel with research sometimes, and I've learned some things along the way. But I don't usually go in for picnics like this on my own.
Was bringt Beherrschung denn generell? Schauen wir mal. Beherrschung. Da ist Beherrschung. Ich weiß auch nicht, warum ich es gerade nicht gesehen habe. Ja, Fetischisten, coole Leute, keine Schwäche zeigen. Nee. Wir probieren es mal, es ist aber jetzt auch nicht schlimm, wenn wir es nicht schaffen. Oh.
Is he? He's looking comfortable enough. Maybe it was just beads. Sounded like beads. What kind of beads might a man like Gary be hiding beneath his clothes?
You wouldn't be able to hear if you were wearing anal beads.
Ich habe gar nicht auf den Wurf geachtet. Ja, wir können uns mal ein bisschen Moral zurückziehen.
Please excuse my colleague's humor. Working this murder case is taking a toll on us both. You don't quite have to answer that yet.
What he means is, working on the case is taking a toll on you, and working with you is taking a toll on him?
Ja.
Of course. Of course.
Er zwingt sich zu einem Grinsen und versteckt dabei in seinem Hintern zweifellos gigantische Analperlen. So Dinger. Wahrscheinlich hat er eine Cyber-Unterhose oder so an von dem Opfer, aber ich kann ihn jetzt nicht erwischen. Aber ich nehme dann alles Geld. Gibt es irgendein Konzept, das ich noch erforschen kann, was cool ist? Toten der Stadt. Humpty Dumpty. Das ist das Humpty Dumpty Dumptigste Event des Jahres. Okay. Was ist das? Vielleicht kannst du auf dich einschlagen, wenn du sie drehst, auf dich schießen. Mal sehen. Achso, ich muss einen neuen Platz erstmal freischalten. Jetzt kann ich es verinnerlichen. Ja. Bin mal gespannt, was es bringt. Oh, was haben wir denn hier noch?
That patch of reeds over there, it's a great place to hide something. Kind of out of the way, being so close to the water.
Was wollen wir verstecken?
Nothing. Just a hunch. The hunch passes, leaving you there, by the old boy.
In der 11 gekennzeichnet. Es scheint ja nicht viel Interessantes mehr zu sein. Also wir sind aber immer noch Ruby kein Stück weiter. Es wird alles immer nur noch mysteriöser.
The remaining windows rattle from a strong gust of wind. They're covered in a thick layer of grime. They must have been like this for 40
years. War das nicht schon mal?
No. I won't even try. You know, I had a partner once. They called him Eyes, because he had to show me things. It's that bad.
This partner of his, Eyes, things didn't end well. It saddens him to say his name. Don't even ask. He wouldn't answer. Maybe some...
Ja. Was war da? Wir haben es verpasst. Kommen wir da irgendwie rein? Moment, das ist interessant. Wie könnten wir da reinkommen?
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic dome. You could...
Na, rufen wir mal jemanden an.
You hear the tone. The machine is inoperable. Calling. Still calling. This feels wrong. Should you be doing this? End of tone. Someone picks up.
Pierre? Is that you, Pierre? So nice of you to find the time to call me. It gets so lonely. Even the animals have died.
Sind hier überall Geister in Telefon?
Are you sure you're Pierre? Your voice, it's different. There. Chrysanthemum.
Her voice is drowned in white noise. You get a sinking feeling. It makes you look if Lieutenant Kitsuragi overheard you. To your relief, he did not. Calling. Still calling. Someone with a mess.
Hello, Gerard speaking.
Hello, Gerard. Technically speaking, your electricity.
Seine Elektrizität dabei. Tut mir leid, falsch
Don't worry about it, buddy. Happens to all of us. You have a nice day now.
This is why I don't answer the phone to random people, ja.
Disconnect tone.
Wollten wir nicht in der Bücherei anrufen? Oder geht das nur von Kims Phonomaten aus? Hier haben wir uns mit Pick getroffen. Hier haben wir die Leiche gefunden.
There's some tear, an empty cigarette package, and a crumpled 2 empty bottles of No, there's more in there. Livis strawberry liquor, plus some Pilsner bottles too. Better not pick them up. They seem unhygienic.
Paper on the phone. Is there something to get from the phone thing?
He shakes his head with genuine sadness.
I couldn't possibly say. Huh, okay. Maybe we'll try later. Okay, I'll try again a few times.
Pick up the handset. There's a tone. The machine is operable. Calling, calling, calling. Still calling. Still.
Stop calling me, man. I'll get you your money, alright? I just need till tonight. Let me work.
Scheint in Schwierigkeiten zu stecken. Ich bin Polizist.
The phone gets hanged up. Disconnect tone.
Oh.
Calling.
I'm tired.
Sounds like he hasn't talked to anyone in quite a while.
Bin auch müde.
If I could go just 1 month without writing, no, 2 months, I could regenerate my brain. Fucking liberalism.
The man disappears with a sigh.
Oh.
You do not hear the customary disconnect tone, just silence in the handset. The machine is still waiting for you to dial a number. Seems like it did not have time to swallow the coin. This sometimes happens. Lucky you. The call went too fast for the payphone to register. You can still make a new one without paying. You close your eyes and put your index finger on the rotary dial, then pull down on the number, then move one up, and repeat the motion twice.
Okay.
Strange. This is not how you started before. 414447. The rotary dial feels cold from the sea air. 1117361. Your fingers keep moving like a spider every time the ring rotates back with a little ring of metal. Like, yes, 451-67451. You are going deeper now, into some unknown place, far away from this island of matter.
Wie lange haben sie an diesem Spiel geschrieben? Das ist jetzt schon wieder so eine super random Tangente, aber halt auch interessant.
451. You have dialed God knows how many numbers. The headset has been waiting silently to relay a signal. Surely nothing can come of this, you think. But it does. A connection. An ultra-long distance call. Your ear fills with a crackle. The wash of a strange ocean full of white noise. A little bird starts ringing in there. Not like the local calling tone before. No, a small ring in a cage of distortion. Far away. A distant network of
History.
Calling. Calling in the night, the saddest sound.
Oh.
Calling still. The handset starts slipping from your sweaty palm. Your breathing is heavy. The lieutenant is too far away to hear your yelp. The sea wind blows. Calling, 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 calling still. Then the ocean breaks. Out of the depths, a woman's voice emerges.
Okay.
The dearest thing you've ever heard.
Welcome to Night Vale.
Hello?
Hello.
Who is this?
Yes, sir.
Dora. Who is this? The connection is bad.
Dora. The name feels like a gift. A gift that was meant for you, to make it possible to live. In the distorted distance, you hear someone turning next to her. Bed springs rattle. Don't react. Whatever you do, don't react to that last thing.
Okay.
It doesn't matter if you react or not. You still think you hear a man's voice in the background. It's covered in pain and white noise.
What? Oh no. Is that you?
This is too much. You need to recede.
Was passiert gerade? Ich weiß nicht, ob ich nicht einen Erwachsenen brauche.
Oh no, not this. What time is it? No, no. It's you, isn't it? It's you.
Nein, das...
You're not a revolutionary, Harry. You're drunk.
Das ist deine Ex-Frau, oder?
Oh, God. Do you know what time it is? It's so late here.
Wer sind wir?
It's 4 o'clock, Harry. I need to wake up in 2 hours. What do you want to talk about that we haven't talked about already?
This is bad. You feel your right hand on the handset cramping up with pain.
Bist du das denn?
I'm in Morova, sleeping.
Das ist eine sehr seltsame Situation.
She does not answer anymore.
Harry.
Sie mir helfen, ihn zu lösen. Ich muss ihn lösen, sonst nehmen sie mich nicht mehr zurück.
Disconnect tone. The machine ran out of money.
No.
Run to the church, home, anywhere but here. Anything but calling her again.
Vielleicht sollten wir aufpassen, dass uns das nächste Gespräch nicht umbringt. I did promise you an overwhelming sense of sadness. And you delivered. Thanks, I guess. Fine. Okay, wo können wir noch hin? Ich möchte ja gerne in das Gebäude rein. Aber ich sehe keinen Eingang. Da kamen wir auch noch nicht rein. sind wir hier überhaupt? Da waren wir noch nie, oder? Das ist nicht mal schwer. Wo sind wir denn hier?
An old door, worn by elements, guards the depot. The wind has blown a sand dune in front of it. The door hasn't been opened in a long while. You see a handle.
Was ist das hier?
It's military. A service depot of some sort. Probably something that is no longer there.
Von hier aus der Schluss abgegeben worden sein?
From here to the whirling, I can't see how. The church is in the way.
Mit dem Ozean. Schon mal interessant. Ich würde trotzdem gerne in dieses Gebäude rein. Was haben wir hier?
There's a trap in the reeds at your feet. Looks like the same one you saw Morel set before. Same mesh, same wiring.
Okay.
The reeds sway in the coastal breeze. They seem to be waiting for something. The wind picks up here, near the cape's end, surrounding the narrow strip of land from 3 cardinal directions. It's cold for this time of year. Locusts are crawling around in the trap, confused but uneaten. You see no carnivorous reed phasmid gorging.
Ach, schade.
Big surprise. Anyway, 1 down, 3 to go.
Ich hatte gehofft, dass in der ersten Mal.
No, you weren't.
Nein. Ich habe auch keine genaue Ahnung, wo wir sind. Schaltkreis. Ah, da ist der Funkturm. Der Schal. Aber wir müssen bei der verrückten Krawatte bleiben. Weiter ist zu verrostet. Okay. Klingt alles nicht so, als wäre hier viel zu finden. Scheint irgendwie wichtig zu sein. Ja, gut. Dann mach dir mal eine Geistesnotiz. Ich dachte, wir haben von irgendwoher Techno-Musik gefunden. Gehört. Macht mich jetzt ein bisschen verwirrt. Also jetzt nicht bei dieser Session, sondern weiter vorher. Ich sehe auch noch nicht das Ferris Wheel. Nehmen wir alles. So, hier kamen wir ja nicht rein, oder?
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in...
Nee, da kam man nicht rein. Das Gebäude macht mich ein bisschen irre. Weil da ist ja eindeutig irgendwas drin. Ich weiß nicht, wie wir reinkommen. Vielleicht doch die andere Seite. Haut mich ein bisschen irre. Ich könnte mir natürlich auch einfach eingestehen, dass es hier nicht weitergeht, dann an einer anderen Stelle weitersuchen.
A familiar apparatus lies among the reeds. This trap is also full of panicked...
Another empty trap.
Wie gefällt Ihnen das Ausdauertraining? Ja.
Always up for a good job. Otherwise, would I still be on this case with you?
Stimmt.
Behind you, the ruins of a residential building rise over the reeds, shielding them from the wind. When this district was booming, the reeds were kept at bay. Nothing obscured the freshly painted facades. Nowhere for drunks and adventurous teenagers to hide. Now only the wind blows.
Happens. So, hier waren wir schon, ne? Ja. Okay, hier ist auch die Welt zu Ende. Hier war dieses
A row
Schaubild.
of ghostly shades facing a crumbling wall, with another 7 shades standing 10 meters from them. A cold sea behind this building, the other one, once filled.
Muss ich für heute das nächste Mal. Tschüss. Habt noch einen schönen Abend. Ich mache auch nicht mehr so ewig lange. Ciao, ciao.
There's no way the perp is in here, officer. Look how scarred the boards are. All attempts to pry them off have failed. Not this time. The opposition is insurmountable. But I like the spirit. And dangerous. Dangerous too.
The suspect? God, I hope not. I can't see a way in, though many have tried.
Okay. Hier geht's auch nicht weiter. Sackgasse, Sackgasse. Und die Wegfindung schafft's bis dahin? Beeindruckend. So, dann übernehme ich mal wieder. Und gehe mal in eine andere Richtung. Was haben wir denn noch alles hier? Ich war doch irgendwo auch mal bei einer größeren Kirche, oder? Komme ich hier hin? Was haben wir hier? Einen Typi. Das ist hier Geduld erfordert. Ist da Musik?
A pane of Eternite has been planted into the snow. 2 poles are holding it up. Barely holding it up. It could fall over any minute. A stronger gust of wind might be enough.
It looks like a makeshift bridge. Could be convenient.
The pane falls into the icy snow with a soft thunk.
We should ask that girl on the ice what's going on here.
Partyboot. Ist das Partyboot? Mein zweites Zuhause, so wie deins.
The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covering a pile of stuff. The flap is open. Inside, 3 young men, all in forward-looking apparel, reminiscent of the sticker on the padlock, are listening to some new form of music. It's like nothing you've ever heard. One of them looks at you.
Come on, get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
Machen wir.
Sorry, we barely have room for one.
You go ahead. I'm too old for this.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
Oh, Kim. Jetzt bin ich mal gespannt. Wird da landen. Das ist immer für eine Überraschung gut. Nicer Rave Club.
You see a youngish man bleaching the tips of his hair with a toothbrush. He puts the toothbrush down and extends his hand in greeting.
Hello, I'm Andre. It's a pleasure to meet you.
His grip is strong, sweaty, and warm. He's trying to project and inspire confidence.
This is my posse, Noid.
The young man with earrings looks at you suspiciously.
And Egghead. Egg!
Diese Explosion an Freude.
Together with a Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation, we like to think of ourselves as music venue organisers.
Ja, was habt ihr denn gemacht?
We have many in the pipeline, officer.
Ah, also noch keine.
They haven't set up a single one yet.
You see, we've been all over Jamrock North, prospecting for real estate to establish a new venue in.
Also for talent.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead. And while there is no shortage of raw, unfettered talent spinning tapes in Jamrock, we've had rotten luck with the real estate part.
Spinning tapes.
Place is a shithole.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak to a police officer. He has authority issues. Which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed the derelict hive of narcomania on the coast.
Oh.
I'm talking about a church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spiritual refuge can become
Kleine Kirche da?
of dopeheads and burnouts if left unattended. Dopeheads!
Burnouts!
Spuckt wütend auf eine Schraube und fängt an, sie zu säubern, okay?
I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened. Sad because we were just about to put Martinez on the map with one of the maddest dance clubs in Jamrock. Nah, strike that, in Revershoal. Strike that! And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burnouts hold up in there are the worst kind.
Steh auf den Sound.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious gaze, letting you imagine just how bad those dopeheads and burnouts really are. Good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
Ich dulde keinerlei Narkomanen in meinem Zuständigkeitsbereich. Narkomanie, nicht mit mir.
Yes. And the worst part is, they're also spooky.
Ja, das meinst du
I was
damit.
hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, their spookiness is the kind that keeps us from restoring this church into a community centre. And a place of... Also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse. People just wanna spin tapes without them spooking it up. Place has bad signs. No one can dance like that. Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. Getting them out. Whatever spooky stuff they're doing, I'm sure it's not what the Ecclesiastes meant their property for.
Erinnert an Grimes, als sie noch in kleinen finnischen Clubs aufgelegt hat.
All right, man.
Hilft den Rave an, einen Nachtclub aufzuziehen. Okay.
Andre's obviously very happy you took him seriously. The whole tent is. The boys exchanged giddy looks.
Ist das folgende Schlüssel an die Tür gehängt?
Yes. I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering in. It's a temporary fix. Just
ein Schlüssel?
Situation. I had to do it in an hurry. Not my best work, but it should hold for a while. Of course. Noid, give the officer the key. All right.
It's as if time has frozen somehow. You think you can sense the key moving in the air. Yeah, this is going to be way cool. Blam! Straight in the eye. Straight in the old eye. In a stabbing pain. Tears stream uncontrollably from your right.
Oh, wie uncool.
I'm super sorry. That was totally my bad. I got overexcited. Threw him too hard. I'm sorry.
He looks like he's genuinely sorry. He didn't throw them better.
I really am sorry, man. Just take this.
Augenmord hätte begangen an einem Polizisten. Das war tödliche Gewalt.
Wow, looks like there's quite a lot there.
The key?
Nein, ich nehme kein Geld.
He is shifting in his spot, uncomfortably. Still.
We were talking about the padlock, I think.
Ja.
Not long. Like a week, maybe?
Bist du sicher, dass sie nicht inzwischen nicht schon verhungert sind?
I'm super sure they're alive. I mean, come on. I'm at least 90%, maybe 85% sure they're still alive.
Ich hoffe, sie haben was zu trinken.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was something called exams. You may have learned the term involuntary manslaughter there.
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I'm at least 80% sure they're alive. I mean, come on. Most people aren't ever that alive in their entire lives. I knew you'd get it. You're one smart cop.
He nods attentively, ready to answer the questions of...
Sure, man. Tell us what you want to know. Let's do it. Truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. All we've seen are glimpses. Well, there's also the machinery.
Okay.
This machinery is of the deeply mystical variety.
When I first scouted the place, back in February, it was abandoned, empty. Took some time getting the crew together. So about 2 weeks ago, we came here hoping to set the stuff up. Suddenly, there are all these strange machines lying around in there.
Machines?
One of them has wires running into bowls of water. Wires into water.
A bowl of water?
I like it.
Andre, tell him about the feeling.
Yes, tell me about the feeling.
Oh, and it felt like there was something in there with us, watching us from the dark.
Cthulhu?
No, the other one.
The other feeling.
Which other one? I'm not as in tune with my emotions as you are, Egg.
Felt like silence. Awful silence.
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone or something eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it.
Ich glaube, ich muss die Beleuchtung anpassen. So. Bisschen schneller hier. So. Geht auch schneller, glaube ich. Ach, die Emojis bringen mich um. So, was war dieses Etwas, das euch beobachtet hat?
Like you aren't alone, you know? It wasn't quite human, if you know what I mean.
Ja, das ist doch super, ich lieb's.
Not human, as in a ghost. Do you know what he means?
Ich brauche eigentlich, Moment. So. bewegt sich immerhin.
It was this dark shape climbing upside down
Was?
along the ceiling, like some kind of crab man.
Also ich weiß ja, dass hier ein bisschen Mystik hinzukommt, aber ein Krabbenmann?
Yeah, you know, the way it was climbing up and around the ceiling, like a crab.
It was stalking a cell, exhibiting ambush behavior.
Odd. Crabs are usually marine creatures and not known for climbing walls.
Alles notiert.
Crab man!
Crabman!
Yeah, totally. I mean, I didn't personally see it. Estelle was alone that time, but I believe her. If she comes out running and says there's a crab in there, there's a crab in there.
Ja.
You should ask her about it, but be nice. Don't tell her you don't believe in the crab.
Würde ich niemals machen.
The implications of this are too numerous to consider. Proceed with caution. Learn all you can before entering that.
Scheint ein echt gefährlicher Ort zu sein.
You should talk to Noid about that. I just got a distinct burnout and dopehead sign from them. Probably jacked up to some snuff station too. Probably, very likely.
With a small surge of PEA, alertness fills you, as if to say, this is a dark corner. Look
Snuff-Sender.
It means like one of those rich boy private radio stations, where you can listen to people getting killed on, then jerk off to it. Sick shit.
Not that we would know anything about that. Noid just likes to relay stuff.
Der ist so cool.
He appears sincere enough, sire. You could, of course, be wrong.
We're getting derailed here. In short, you can tell to Noid about the machines. He'll tell you more. Sure, why not? Yeah.
But not really. Brown hair, old, heavy, dark sides.
What Noid said.
Okay.
Ruby's gone. The woman is someone else.
Well, honestly, I can't. But I am.
This is a below-feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
Erzählt sich seiner Wissens. Ich sollte mein eigenes rhetorisches Arsenal um Schwachsinn ergänzen.
Hey now, I'm 70% sure they're substance abusers.
Okay.
Don't let all that technology fool you. Where do you think the drugs come from?
Ja.
Sure. What?
Ekklesiasten.
Oh yeah, that's a meteor and name for the founding party. Thought it'd be cool to use it.
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Dann erzähl mal was davon.
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know? I can't give you a precise definition, but they're a very powerful religious organization. And they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericanassian church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, like, made the innocentic system, no?
Oh, okay.
Totally.
Nun, André, würde diese altehrwürdige religiöse Organisation, die für die Salbung der Schuldreihen verantwortlich ist, deiner Meinung nach in einem Tanzclub ineinander kriechen wollen? Okay.
Pericanassian church is about love. And Nordic music is about love. I got love for my Pericanassian posse. Love is the relay out of death. We dance.
Okay.
Love is hardcore.
Unity.
Unity.
Make some noise for my Insulindian posse.
Ich bin ein bisschen verwirrt. Wer von denen soll das denn sein? Soll das der sein? Das passt doch irgendwie nicht zusammen.
You feel it. The anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the base, as if testing the waters.
Wir nicken.
Feels good.
Your posse's like your people, man. Like you got your cup posse. You look out for each other and you party together. That's a posse.
Okay.
And where is your posse, detective? Nothing comes to you. The world is silent.
Yeah! Yakokata! The place to be!
Nice.
It seems ecstatic that you share his vision of Pericarnassianism.
Do it for the masses. Do it for the crew.
Machen wir.
I didn't want to say it, but it was pretty lame of you to imply otherwise. Anyway, you got more questions?
The one with the large head is still looking at you, nodding his head, waiting for your body to start moving.
Gern tanzt doch.
Let it out! Let the disco happen! Bring the disco into this world! Get this church shit on and then dance there, motherfucker!
Ja, würde ich ja gern.
Yes. What? Yeah, good to have, bitch to carry. When I first scouted the place, I did some reconnaissance. I'm not sure the church even has running water.
Ah, Wasser.
Oh. It's the one they sell at the fuel station.
It's like he's lying to you, my liege. But he's slippery enough that there's nothing for you to grab hold of.
The what now? Oh, the old Ultra. We,
Yeah.
He's like an actor, looking to the souffleur for his line.
I have a major sinus infection, stuffy nose. We all do. Shit's all blasted up. Winter, can't even breathe.
Mich hörst du dich ganz normal an.
Yes, that's all Nosefed's doing. Without Nosa, I'd be drowning in shit right now.
Nosefed is the shit.
Yes. What?
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved. Well, first of all, you're a smart cop, and a smart cop like you would understand if something wasn't quite right.
Na
So
gut.
this should be easy. Indeed. So one of them came upon the abandoned church. They want to turn it into a club for dance music, but agents of narcomania have overrun it. You shudder to think of all the narco they must have already consumed in there. Narco is bad.
Yeah.
Plus, and it has to be considered, you can't invent the future of dance music in this smelly old tent. Imagine if you had the church. That settles it. Analysis complete. Their story checks out.
I am smart.
As always, we'll be right here, waiting.
Okay. Genug Elektronik, Tanzmusik. So, was sagst du?
A shaggy-looking girl in her late teens or early 20s kneels on the ice with an electronic contraption in her hand. Hearing you approach, she looks up.
Oh, hello there.
Oh, hi, officer.
She must be Estelle, the last of the speed freaks posse. It's cold out here, but she's not wearing a hat. She must be freezing. Everyone knows drugs make you invulnerable to cold. You bet this one likes to party.
Huh?
Sag, du sollst etwas gegen die Kälte aufsetzen.
So should you.
Ich hab was. Ja.
Oh, I didn't notice that.
Das eskaliert schon wieder.
Yeah, well... Look, man, fuck the hat.
Lots of feeling. You're saying it really loud, but it's not coming out right. Maybe add more indignation. More.
I didn't mean to.
The lieutenant is watching the scene unfold before his eyes, unsure how to react. The girl looks down, Slow. That's it. You've earned it. Start crying. Life's hard. The young woman has kept her eyes trained on her wires, waiting for the sorry spectacle to end. But it's gone awful quiet up there. Then, looking up, she sees a grown man on the wrong side of 40, his face bloated from alcohol and God knows what else. Not so quietly, crying.
Oh.
This isn't really about the hat, is it? You know, you're not the only one with issues. I self-medicate. Shit. Life's a horror, you know?
Gibt's eigentlich ein vernünftiges deutsches Wort für Self-Medication? Ich meine, für das ganze Konzept, ich meine, scheiße, ich verabreiche mir selbst Medikamente, ist ein bisschen wonky in der Übersetzung. Aber wie würdest du sagen? Würdest du es im Deutschen sagen, Self-Medicate? Improvisiere. Ich schau selber, wie ich klarkomme, aber das ist, naja.
Crying helps though. Get it out your system. And then maybe we can talk. Okay?
Okay.
So, like...
There is a hint of pity in her eyes.
Aww.
Her hair is dyed blonde, with dark roots showing. And she wears thick black eyeliner. Most men wouldn't call her pretty. There is a manliness to her, a coarseness.
Was hast du vorhin geredet?
It's a portable recording device. It's for field recording. Low quality, but still.
Ja, coole Samples.
Actually, just one wire. I picked on it till the braiding came loose. The wire leads to a contact microphone.
Und was ist sowas?
A contact mic records sounds from inside things.
Ah.
Like this ice.
Your mangled brain would like you to know there is a boxer called Contact Mike.
Wieso Kontakt Mirko, nicht Kontakt Mieke, liebe Leute?
No idea.
Irgendwas mit Kontakt Mirko zu tun.
Yeah, I record stuff with it. No. This is a contact microphone. It's for recording inside solid objects. Contact mic just beats people up.
An entire litany spews forth.
Der Roman macht mich schon wieder fertig. Ja, das hast du richtig. Du sollst dir von Kontakt Mirko eine Scheibe abschneiden. Nein. Ich überlege, scheiß auf Kontakt Mirko. Er ist kein Champion. Du dagegen schon. Wie du hier vor einem schäbigen Zelt hockst und zu Junkie-Musik in der Nase popelst. Die Sportwelt verbeugt sich von deiner Aufopferroutine-Gabe. Ja, aber, also was ich... Ach so, wegen Kontakt Mikro und Kontakt Mirko. Ja, Entschuldigung.
Yes? The mic? I don't exactly know. Somehow it doesn't pick up vibrations from the air. The book said it only picks up structure-born sound, if you like technobabble. Same place I got the recorder from, the Elysium. Oh man, you haven't been to the Elysium? It's the coolest place in this whole drug-addled shithole. It's a music club and a synthesizer workshop on Boogie Street in Jamrock. Musicians live there, like real musicians. I once saw Arno van Eyck.
Da ist er wieder.
Thinking about it really cheers her up. It's a long way from here, though.
Klingt wie ein Ort, an dem Homosexuelle dem Vergnügen frönen.
Oh yeah, guess you wouldn't know Van Eyck. Or really be a Elysium-going kind of person.
Hey, didn't Piss and Fuck the World mention Van Eyck too?
So eine Totenkopfkiste?
A skull thing? Man, you sound like 100 years old when you say that.
Wir sind 100 Jahre alt.
She's mistaken you for an old person. Say you're cool.
I Don't know what that means.
Ich grinde?
I don't know what that means either.
Konkrete Beweise für das Schrockgelinge zerstört. Das Tor ein völlig demoliertes Hotel.
That's cool.
Du hast recht, die Zeit war nicht gnädig mit mir.
Sucks, man. Was there something else? About the content night, perhaps?
Nein.
Okay.
So, wie sieht's denn aus mit der Kirche?
Oh, that. You're not gonna believe me.
Deswegen nehme ich noch mal ein bisschen Moral.
She's less prone to blurt it out, crab man, than the others.
Okay. I went in and I saw a woman next to one of those machines there. Noid calls it a mainframe.
A mainframe?
She was dressed like someone who's been raised by their grandmother. You know, strange old clothes. Had this absent expression, didn't say anything, just stood still.
Also dieser Handlungsstrang klingt ziemlich Cthulhu-mäßig. Immer nach wie vor.
You know, right behind her, a man crawled down the wall. Upside down like a crab. Down the church wall. I think the woman didn't even know he was there. He was completely silent. He stopped right before he got to the floor. Then just hung there like that, looking at me. Right at me. I fucking turned around and walked out. End of story.
Das klingt nach zu vielen Drogen.
Like a crab, you say?
Sieht der Krabbenmann aus.
It was too dark. I couldn't tell exactly.
Come on, she obviously could. She already went into detail.
Nehmt ihr die Geschichte ab.
Why?
Was hältst du davon?
Nothing. Anyway, what else?
Wäre da noch mehr gewesen?
Recording, I guess. I think I'm recording cracks in the ice. But there's no way to tell. Not without headphones. I think I just recorded your footsteps too. Not sure how that will sound. My boyfriend sold them.
Warum?
I don't know, man. Things. Just stuff you need for life.
A lie. They were probably pawned off for something suspicious.
Suspicious.
The musicians in the Palaceum used them for making music. They looped the stuff, cutting the tapes together. They make music out of cracks in the ice and keys jangling. Crazy sounds like that. It's hard to explain. Anyway, I thought I'd make some too. It's supposed to be, like, a music place anyway. I don't really know what I'm doing. They use synthesizers too. I don't have a synthesizer.
Synthesizer.
The thing she thought would fill her hours with joy and escape. It's turned out to be an empty fantasy. She feels childish, very useless all of a sudden. She is on some kind of stimulant, amphetamine or methadone, and its effects are wearing off fast.
Take this, you're cold.
No, man, fuck that, I'm cool. I'm sorry I said that.
It's okay.
Thanks.
So, es soll ein Musikclub sein. Hast du damit anderes Pläne gemacht? Die Kirche?
Yeah, the boys think it could be a place.
Schade, dass man es nicht auch in ihrem Kopf sieht.
Stupid. It's really not gonna be a Palaceum, that's for sure.
Das ist doch genau das Richtige, der Sonnenschild hier.
Yeah, Andre and the guys, inside the tent.
And why is that?
Hier ist hier draußen, während die Jungs im Zelt sind.
They got too much stuff crammed in there. No room. Didn't you see it yourself? It's mostly music stuff. Like this tape recorder, but bigger.
Als für die Kopfhörer, die dein Freund verkauft hat.
Yep, they were pretty. I'm sorry we sold those.
Warum lasst ihr deine hinterher Sachen draußen?
That stuff is more expensive than I am. More expensive than any of us, really. Doesn't matter. I can take the cold. Go ahead. I was wondering when you would come around. What's up? What is it?
Das ist die Not der Arbeiterklasse.
Oh, really?
Der Golem des Kapitals läuft amok.
So the thing that's got you crying in front of strangers is social justice?
Was ich gesehen habe, liegt sozusagen in der Jugendslang der Begriff, was mich auf ist. Der Kampf des Volkes.
Yeah, man. They're pretty bad.
Es macht mich krank, der Gedanke an die Tausende, Millionen, Milliarden. Wie viele Menschen gibt es überhaupt?
3.6 billion, not counting those in Seoul.
Warum werden die in Seoul nicht gecountet? So viele.
Yeah, that's pretty bad. Are you sure you're not just hung up on some chick, though?
Ganz sicher, ja.
Go ahead.
Hast du eine rothaarige Frau gesehen?
No.
Okay.
No?
It's pretty desolate here. I only hear the dogs bark at night and see the shadows move down the coast. Exactly. It's our chance to turn the grim desolation into an overwhelmingly fun dance party.
Okay.
My associates? I haven't got much to say about them. Sorry. I just don't tell people about my friends and who they are and so on. I don't provide information on them.
To the cops.
Oh, was mit dir?
Me? I'm a silver bird.
Tweet, tweet, tweet.
Don't know what makes you think it'll be any different later, but...
42%.
The device is cold to the touch. An angular Omicron logo adorns
Warum
the
würfel ich heute so schlecht?
Underneath you see a reel of tape rolling. You put the device back on the ice.
Erzähl mal mehr über den Musikclub.
It's supposed to become like a club for anodic dance music, like that new style of synthesizer stuff they play at the Palaceum. Except that, yeah.
The floorboards are twisting, and the shooting beams are slowly cracking, like bones. Far east of the Golden Delta, beyond the industrial port, there is a black patch of unlit coast with the smallest creatures on the ice.
Okay, Schauder.
There will never be a club for anodic music here. Not in a million years.
You know, anodic, cathodic, music that's made with electronic instruments.
Ah.
Synthesizers and tape consoles. Microcomputers too. Anything that uses electricity, but isn't guitars. Also found sounds, stuff like that.
You see clear, beautiful, violent flashes of light. Light cutting through a smoke-filled darkness. That is what the future will look like. If it ever comes.
Go ahead.
Reicht erstmal.
Okay, bye.
Ich will ja noch in diese komische Kirche rein. Was willst du erzählen?
Do you want to talk about what just happened?
Das wäre wahrscheinlich besser so.
Normally, I'm opposed to discussing one's feelings, especially on duty. But I think this is an exceptional case. So, what do you think happened?
'Tis possible thou couldst persuade the lieutenant 'twas all a part of thy unorthodox method. But can thou persuade thyself?
Ein Orgasmus.
Glad to hear it was minor. Can you go on?
Ja, das tut mir. Ich möchte den armen Kim einfach nicht enttäuschen.
Then, let's go.
Schnüff. Und manche Leute wollen tatsächlich so spielen, dass die so richtig den Kim gegen sich aufbringen können? Was für Monster sind das? So, dann lass es mal kurz abspeichern, weil ich möchte mir zumindest noch die Kirche angucken. Aber dann werde ich, glaube ich, für heute auch so langsam Schluss machen. Außer da passiert jetzt gleich was super Spannendes.
Heavy wooden doors, more than twice your height, stand shut in front of you. The rectangular sea-worn ornamentation appears in stark contrast to the padlock, carelessly drilled into the wood.
Dann schauen wir mal.
The lock turns easily. You hear a click as the shackle pops open.
Ich hoffe mal, da lebt noch einer.
Let's go.
As you do, you hear the echo of the doomed commercial area, its black holes and dusty machines. Then the feeling passes. A great whoosh of air rushes into the dark innards of the church, as though rushing to fill a great vacuum in the heart of the city.
Ich muss eine neue Mütze aufsetzen. Sieht aber auch schon wieder cool aus. Hier sollst du gehen, nicht rennen. Ja, ich will ja gehen. Na gut, wir gehen. Verästelte Blitzmuster, was du draußen gesehen hast. Borkenkäfer? Nein, scheint beabsichtigt zu sein. Also seit lang vergessener Stil. Dann gehen wir mal. Eine groteske, halbfertige Holzfigur. Es wirkt, als wolle sie eins mit der Kirche werden. Ist hier der Dark Souls Abschnitt oder was? Komplexe Gleichungen, sie sehen wie frisch angeschrieben aus. Hat das was mit Funkfrequenzen zu tun? Was geht denn hier vor? Schale sind Wasser gefüllt, ein stromfüllendes Kabel führt hinein. Diese Kabel vielleicht als Kontaktmikrofone? Kontakt, Mirko!
The silence in this part of the church, it's almost palpable. All the shifting matter and shuffling of living things is gone. Nothing seems to exist beyond the church anymore. Maybe if you were to stand in just the right spot, even your footsteps would be completely silent. And then it's gone. Almost all of it, but for the faintest of hums. You can hardly hear your own breathing. You produce a few muffled thumps, after which the silence feels even more total, somehow. Your voice is barely audible, not a howl, but the softest of whimpers. The lieutenant points to his ears and shakes his head. Then he leans closer.
Can you hear anything? The church just has strange acoustics, some engineering trick.
His detached tone conceals how uncomfortable he is. Maybe the church was designed this way to prevent boisterous activity, singing and dancing on its premises.
So muss hier etwas mit etwas Paranatürlichem zu tun haben.
Please, detective, not this again.
He's trying to act dismissive, but at this particular moment, he's more open than usual to the idea of paranatural phenomena. The orderly rows of ceiling panels become barely visible, then disappear completely in the darkness of the tower overhead.
Warum sind die Proben alle so hart auf einmal? Scheint's nicht zu sehen.
Just darkness without end. It makes your head spin. Filled with vague shapes of woodwork, the sense of a great height. It's like you see your own face reflected back at you in a vanishing geometry. A strange, alien image that's supposed to be you. There's nothing. You're dizzy and disoriented as you see dark and more dark rising.
Officer, what are you looking at?
You see something hanging from the rafters, looking straight at you with dark eyes. Maybe it's possible to talk to it.
Ist der da einfach nur im Schatten oder ist das irgendein Stranger-Typ? Ich muss speichern. Ja, der Crabman.
Is that a man? Looks more like part of the carpentry of the building came alive and is now studying you intently. The Crabman. The man leaned forward a little, fixing you with a steady, unreadable gaze.
Habitual alcohol use has made you into a scared little pussy, Holmes. But don't worry. You've come to the right place.
That accent is Villa-Lobos, a peninsula in Mesk and a district in Jamrock. There's a sizable contingent of Villa-Lobos-speaking Mesks in Rivershoal.
Spider-Crab, Spider-Crab. Macht, was immer eine Spider-Crab macht.
I'm here to receive the mother's love. You can too, Holmes. And when you're ready, she will take your hand and lift you out of that despair at the bottom of that bottle.
This man is obviously a habitual narcotics user. Do we really need to question him?
Yeah.
I'm put off by this religious stuff, he thinks. And maybe the ceiling climbing, too. It's all very hard to square with the lieutenant's own view of reality.
Also das mit dem Ceiling Climbing ist wirklich ein bisschen anstrengend.
Hey, and what was that about the bottle again? You haven't even drank that much lately. Lay off it already. Shish.
Oh yeah, sure. You don't know anything about alcohol use. You got it all under control, Way. I could smell the control all the way over here. Not all of it. I was like you once. You don't know all the havoc Albino is wrecking on your mind and your spirit. Necesita parar, homie.
Ich weiß nicht, welche Drogen er nimmt, aber naja.
Actually, since we're here, you may want to pay attention to what the ceiling climber is saying.
Yeah.
Look at these crazies. What is this shit?
Was glaubst du, wenn der Vollspinner unter einem Dach? Ja, hau rein.
It doesn't matter who I am, Way. I'm just bringing you the message of the mother's love. She don't want you to hang yourself on your own stubbornness. This is the church of the Mother of Silence. You are welcome here.
You have no idea what the fuck he's talking about. Is he just trying to throw you off your game? 'Tis not an act, my liege. Save him perchance, he hath deceived his very self. This man is a zealot.
Wir müssen der Krabbenmann sein.
Never known myself to be a crab. But if that's the name you got for me, I won't stop you from using it. I always thought of myself more like a flame, flickering along the rafters and beams. It may be that I gotta work on my technique. I was in a gang, Way, but my memories of that time are fading. Most of them are already gone.
Man geht, ich sehe was von das quält.
No, man. You gotta let that shit go. Then the mother's light touch will fill you with rapture.
Do you remember your name, sir?
Tiago's my name, but those syllables don't mean much to me these days. A name isn't just your identity, but also sort of your place amongst your fellows, your place in the world. I ain't got no use for such a place anymore.
Mein Name ist Fab.
That's just the thing, Holmes. None of that matters.
Sphären-Sound? Ja, der ist cool. Wissen Sie, wo die andere Schauergestalt ist?
Oh, the spooker? Oh, esa viejita es muy estudiosa. Don't know, Holmes.
The Aita is Grandma?
No. I just call her viejita because of her clothes. She's actually quite young. Or maybe not that young.
You're asking if Tiago is okay?
One of the many
Does he look okay?
Wait, what if it's Ruby?
Nein.
Did it ever seem to you like she was hiding here from something?
You mean like a fugitive?
Starrt auf den leuchtenden Funkcomputer, dann schüttelt er den Kopf.
No, man. Quite the opposite. I don't think she cared much about authority or anything else for that matter. Maybe only about her machines.
I see. And where is she now?
I told you, Holmes. I don't know.
Das ist eine gute Frage. Die leben doch beide hier.
Don't really follow her comings and goings. Just see her typing on her computer now and then. We got different interests.
Achso, die haben gar nichts miteinander zu tun? Okay.
I'm afraid not, Esse. You just have to wait until she comes back, or
search through her radio computer.
Ein paar Raver wollen aus der Kirche einen
the
Nachtclub
ones
machen.
in the tent outside, right? I see them. Guessing they're the ones who call me a crab. Probably scared of me.
Darf ich davon ausgehen, dass sich der unternehmerischen Jugend nicht in die Welt sprengt?
Wouldn't bother me none to have them spin music in here. I'm usually way up there, imbibing.
Und der saugt?
Might even be nice to have some company.
Das ist doch cool.
He said that in spite of himself. He's more attached to the human than he'd like to think.
Okay. Ich werde ihn erstmal ignorieren. Hirsch. Da habe Seidenschalen. Ich werde doch wieder rennen. Was ist das hier? Schnee?
A machine stands in the corner, watched over by the figures on the stained glass window. It's turned on and quivering with soft electricity.
Another radio computer. And this time it's already turned on.
These machines sometimes harbor traps, he thinks. Alarm systems and the like. Let's be careful.
We should probably let it be. It's becoming clear that there's no trace of the suspect anywhere inside the church. It's also quite similar to the one we have down at the station. Must be the same model.
The Ream Prefect is the governmental version of the commonly used Ream Civic model. Although mostly based on the same technology, the Ream Prefect is equipped with better noise attenuation circuits. You see fluorescent play and print buttons on the keyboard. A hatch connected to the central compartment is wide open. The lieutenant says nothing. You see the machine's glowing frame reflected back from his diamond-shaped glasses.
Wir gucken erstmal den Rest an. Tragbares. Okay. Tonbandgerät. Noch mehr Tonbandgerät. What is happening here?
In white, silver, and apricot faience, the young mother of humanism stands above you. A crack runs across her body. She is impossibly tall, oval-faced and sad, a dark and radiant majesty. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. Cradled in her arms are a pair of glowing lungs, clearly visible from underneath her flowing dress. You should kneel.
Sollte ich?
Your knees touch the floor. The floorboards are hard and cold. There you kneel among the snowdrifts, diffuse light falling on your hands from beyond the glass. The world is silent, but for the creaks and cracks of the massive wooden structure behind you, it covers you from the wind outside. In the darkness, you sense her eyes on you, inspecting you with their multicolored glass, as if you're a bug under a microscope. The woman looks down at you kneeling. She towers among her followers, architects, laymen, courtiers. There is a sad smile on her lips and a glint in her green-blue eye of what? Compassion? Remorse? She acknowledges the passing of someone who is still alive.
Okay.
You.
Nein, das ist Mitgefühl.
As that soft word passes through your mind, the lieutenant draws an X-shaped cross from shoulder to shoulder. Your fingertips touch your chest 4 times. Then you rise from your knees into the apricot-colored light of the window. Above you, the woman still smiles her distant smile, sundered by the crack in the glass.
Probieren wir mal.
Despite the damage you've done to yourself, the title appears lodged in your hippocampus. This is her innocence, Dolores Day. The innocence of humanism, internationalism, and the welfare state. Perhaps the most famous human being ever to have lived.
Okay.
No amount of Commodore Red can wipe her sad smile from your brain thing. It has survived the deluge and haunts you still, and will haunt you forever, as it haunts all men. The highest category of historic individual, an embodiment of the world spirit. More, an innocence is elected to office by the founding party, a precedent that has taken place a mere 6 times in the entirety of history. The legal system of the Real Belt is built to accommodate an authentic rule should it coincide with our time. An innocence is infallible. The decisions made by one are not decisions. They are inevitabilities. What would have happened anyway? Only accelerated, packed into decades instead of centuries. An innocence is a continuous, compressed event, a sacred human being. It is an honor and a glory to live when one is in office.
Das ist ein ganz schön krasses Konzept. Das ist eigentlich das Konzept des perfekten Herrschers, des perfekten Diktators, oder?
No, we are alone.
Wann hat sie geherrscht?
300 years ago, in the wake of the discovery of this Isola, the Insulindian, by explorers from the continent of Muindi, she is, among other things, the innocence of inter-isolary travel and the connected world. Many things. You know she was a woman of the court, the wife of an influential Marchese, and eventually the principal advisor to Irene la Navigateur, Queen of Suresnes, modern-day Sir La Clé. Also that she was gorgeous beyond beauty. Draped in ancient sadness. Are you sure you want to remember this bit of historic trivia? Standing under a long, slender form like this?
Yes! Big bummer! Boring history! Gonna keep it light, man! Keep it moving! Get fucked up instead!
Halt die Klappe, Krawatte, wir haben gerade einen Moment.
Terribly, women of the court were expected to play both contract bridge and chess sufficiently well to prove an interesting challenge to a man. A simple grasp in matters of philosophy, theology, and science was encouraged. She was, by all means, a kept woman. She made the most of her position in the antediluvian court, a court visited by the most prominent thinkers and artists of the day. In secret, she was becoming the era's preeminent philosopher of the state, a scalpel, a piercing gaze. She was an almost preternaturally magnetic and intelligent individual. To her contemporaries, she appeared out of time, a messenger from the future of the species. We all fell in love with her, head over heels. Even before she was declared an innocence, her influence was tremendous. It was on her advice that Irene Le Navigateur sponsored a number of voyages into the Pale, a costly, often tragic endeavor, ultimately vindicated by the discovery of the new world, the piece of reality you're standing on. She was crowned 2 years after the first expedition returned, setting in motion what is widely considered the greatest era in history. The DeLorean, wow indeed. When her innocence was declared, and the queen she had advised for years fell on her knees before her, she was so overcome with emotion that her lungs started glowing in her chest. Bystanders reported golden filaments lighting the already sunlit chamber
Interessante Mystik.
beneath her dress. That is why the lungs are the symbol of love for the cultures of the Real Belt. Terrifying is a term too emotionally charged for your semantic memory, or what remains of it. But terrifying, it's a simple word. She was bad for humanity, and you shouldn't have started thinking about her.
Oh?
You already do. Although she is often considered to be the greatest human being to ever live, there was something ominous about Dolores Day, constantly surrounded by her terriers. She was the most socially secluded and least self-aware of all the innocences. Some modern thinkers would consider her a war criminal for the campaigns she waged against the Mesk state. And then there were the resettlement programs. The Mesk state tried to detach itself from innocentic rule. Parts of the world were experiencing whiplash from accelerating into secularism. Her mandatory education programs and mass resettlement of upstream Marguerite were problematic as well. Dissenters were suppressed by a military force she called the Army of Humanity, suggesting those who fight against it are not part of humanity. She adored chess, yes, but also military war games. Dolores Day often holds a tiny tin soldier between her index finger and thumb in icons such as this. She was also blonde, the blondest woman you have ever seen, with green eyes the color of the Pacentic, mare interregnum. Little is known of her Marchese husband. It's as if he vanished from history after completing his role, which was to introduce Dolores Day to court. In conclusion, yes, there is something lonely, paranoid, and even terrifying that people seldom mention, but feel when they think of her. This subtle terror is part of her iconography.
Lieutenant Yefreitor, you've stood there for over 5 minutes. What are you thinking of, if I may ask? She's been dead for 300 years. I am almost 1,000% certain she isn't connected to the case. None of this is, in fact. This church, the coast, This isn't a good place to get lost in.
28%. Wow.
The shards glimmer in the dark. You see little pearls of light on the edges of the crack that splits the female figure. Something was written there. Remains of broken letters line the emulsion. What it said, you do not know.
Jemand zapft Strom von draußen und betreibt damit diese Antenne. Okay. Scheint eine zwiespältige Figur zu sein, die Dolores Day.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated. Behind the hatch sits a cube-like crisscross of filaments, smoldering in the dark like fireflies. Silver tape on the side says, in black marker, log, February to March. Another filament memory. Press play to talk with the repeater. Nothing happens. The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you. Her voice sounds 100 years old.
Good afternoon, Fortress, Accident on Saint-Brun. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1.
Please
repeat. Is this the personal log?
It's the same old woman you spoke with through the radio computer in the doomed commercial area.
Good. Please repeat the password.
Let's look around. There's no use trying to guess the answer. Maybe he knows something.
Received. Fortress Accident. Is there anything else I can do for you today? I have 2 machines registered to this company name in Martinez. One on Saint-Brun, the other on Rue de Saint-Ghislaine.
Das ist sehr verdächtig.
Saint-Brun, that's the church. And Rue de Saint-Ghislaine? That's the doomed commercial area.
Das hat doch was miteinander zu tun.
Anything else I can help you with? Goodbye, Fortress Accident.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated, revealed.
Ich würde gern wissen, wie die funktionieren. So, mal gucken, ob der Typ, weil wenn das Passwort ist, vielleicht weiß der auch das Passwort für dieser Punkt hier, ne? Vielleicht weiß der auch das Passwort für den Rollenspielserver.
Oh, hey, wait. There's coffee in the back. Oh, wait. I meant the mother's love. Too many times, essay. You need it for something.
Surveys are a good way to fish for personal information, especially in the name of public safety.
Don't sweat it, vato. The password is afterlife death.
That is true. But what comes after death?
What you think of that? Makes me almost pity la niñita pequeña when I hear it. This is a special place. There's a perforation in the... I circled it. Nurtured by the silence bestowed by the mother.
Da oben ist ein Loch in der Welt, ein Weg hinaus ins
Pure enough to
Nichts.
go drink from it directly. I think it was a long time ago. I had to share it like a skin to get closer to the center of the silence.
Was ist denn das Zentrum der
I
Stille?
don't need it anymore. No, no, no. There's a new god in town. And she can be painted or sculpted because she has no limb or even a face.
Aha.
She is the end.
Das scheint mir alles mega wichtig zu sein für die Story gerade.
She is a cavity in the dark beyond sense. She saved me, but I couldn't describe her to you. No one can, Holmes, and no one ever will.
His adoration is beyond sexual. This cavity is something that no human form has.
I will be incinerated, but not destroyed. Finally, at one with the state of the world before reality began.
Was mich ein bisschen verwirrt ist, Sie haben ja vorhin beschrieben, dass Sie eine Expedition in das, wir haben es beschrieben, in das Grau führt. Also das klingt ja nicht so, als wären die Leute ins Meer gefahren. Also, wenn das Grau die Ozeane trennt. Ist das ein Loch in der Realität? Keine Ahnung.
That sounds a bit like substitution behavior, no? You know a thing or two about that.
It's not like that at all, man. It's just faith and joyful service.
Okay.
Too gleeful, those words. He is lying. Not to you, to his very own self.
Ich glaube, es ist ebenfalls eine
I heard that before, Way. And I know I can't convince you on the spot. But think, when's the last time you woke up from silent communion with a hangover?
Das stimmt.
What you did last night.
Obwohl, der Metzwein kann ganz schön hardcore sein.
There are drugs darker than alcohol circling your system.
I know it will take time. Don't sweat it.
Okay.
The sinewy figure lingers on the wooden beams.
I think we're done here, Essay.
That was an interesting conversation.
Ja.
However, I'm still not sure whether we'll find our suspect here.
Aber wir haben das Passwort.
Hey, her Innocence Dolores Day liked little figurines, right? Liked holding little men between her fingers, remember? You have the headless Fallen Rider figurine. You should give it to her. Win her back.
Ja.
So very, very, very nifty. Nifty and mysterious. This is surely what the figurines are for.
Und wie mache ich das? Ich will wirklich alle Nebenmissionen haben. Dolores Day Figuren haben. Okay. Dann probieren wir es mal.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated.
Hey.
The speaker comes to life. Static seeps through the machine's planar magnetic driver. An old lady greets you.
Good afternoon, Fortress, Accident und Saint-Brun. This is the East Insulindian Repeater Station 1. Please repeat. Is this the personal log? Good. Please repeat the password.
Nach dem Leben der Tod.
Good. I have unlocked the filament. After ending the call, please press print to access the filament. Fortress Accident, is there anything else I can do for you today?
Yvonne, wie geht's dir?
Good, thank you. Please repeat. Is this the personal... Goodbye.
The machine's keyboard is still illuminated.
Brilliant.
The printer prints out a long text document with dated paragraphs. It looks a bit like someone's journal. The first entry, made on the 4th of February, 51, by an unknown author, is short and concise. Arrived at the church, the door was boarded up, so I used the crowbar to get inside. Looks like the place has been deserted. Nothing out of the ordinary, but I'll ask around. Need to figure out how to get the electricity in. The lieutenant leans closer, scouring the printout over your shoulder. Just as you finish reading, he looks up.
4th of February. That's over a month ago. Whoever set up those machines has been here for quite a while.
Glauben Sie, das Protokoll könnte was mit dem Fall zu tun haben?
Our case? No, I don't think so. It must be some local eccentric.
6th of February, 51. Had a little chat with the local fishermen. Said I shouldn't go near that place, that the church was spooky and ridden with narcotics. It's a little spooky, all right. Still haven't figured out the electricity. What was that about narcotics? This could prove to be interesting.
Nein, Elektrochemie, aus. Wir bleiben weg von den Drogen. Drogen sind schlecht. Für dich.
7th of February, 51. Finally got the electricity in. Next on the agenda, a new antenna. I'm thinking ESCA series, something advanced.
Why would anyone need any of this equipment here?
8th of February, 51. Bought the antenna, had some problems setting it up. Called Simon for help. Heard the others are back to making art. Drinking somewhere out of town. Sulislav started a rock band again. Lexi has been seen asking money from strangers. But at least the artists have their act together. They're qualified labor. They can get work anywhere. Graphic design, ads.
Das ist die gleiche Frau von dem Online-Rollenspiel, oder?
I mean, they're programmers. The writers, though, they're fucked. I just have to find out what caused that data loss and be done with it. Still don't understand how it managed to wipe out the backup, when the backup wasn't even connected to the front. I know. Everyone thinks it's impossible. They say I must be lying. I'm here to set it right.
Seems like something to do with radio computers. Unfortunately, I don't know enough about them to understand what the author is saying. Something about the backup data getting destroyed, and how everyone thought it was the author's fault. Let's just keep reading. I think these people worked in the radio computer games business.
Yeah.
The one we saw in the Doom commercial area. They must be our former co-workers.
Ich glaube tatsächlich, dass die Würfelmacherin auch noch irgendwas damit zu tun hat. Ich meine, Würfelmacherin, Online-Rollenspiel, ja.
12th of February, 51. Brought some food from the grocery store. Apparently, there's a strike going on in the harbor. Definitely not happy to see the Martinez people again. Everything's now set up in the church. Going to start working tomorrow, 8 a.m.
The strike. We are nearing the date of the murder. Keep reading. I'm interested now. I want to know what's that radio anomaly that sent this person here in the first place.
25th of February, 51. I've been sending data up to Lintel for a while now, trying to recreate the data loss, but nothing. Didn't even feel like logging in, the disappointment. But I did discover a curious audio-spatial anomaly at the back of the church. I've named it the Swallow. It swallows sound. Need to get some mics.
Irgendwie passen die beiden Gruppen ja schon zusammen, ne? Die Raver und diese Frau.
Is she talking about?
28th of February, 51. Yes, the first recordings confirm that the swallow is real, and I'm not just losing my mind. It's a pillar of silence, with a diameter of approximately 3 meters. Seems like the higher I go, the less I record. This might be a coincidence, or it could be connected to the data loss that led me here.
The pillar of silence. She is talking about the silence. Is she suggesting it's more than just an architectural quirk?
The lieutenant doesn't answer. He follows your gaze, studying the basins. The water shines in them. No ripples. March 51. Some kind of young disco men have appeared next to the church. I've been trying to record the silence to find the epicenter, but now it turns out I've also been capturing the future of dance music, one neo-disco song over and over again.
Moment mal. Sie hat versucht, die Stille aufzuzeichnen und hat dabei einen... Aber der kam nicht aus der Stille, oder wie?
Fortunately, the song is so monotonous, I was able to devise an algorithm to factor it out. The other day, one of the disco men came in. Before I could even say hello, she got scared and left. Good, I don't want anyone distracting me from my work. That disco man must be a cell.
Beschreibung passt auf das Cell.
The girl on the ice? Sounds like her, yes.
March 51. I got a call from the repeater station. Someone has tried to access the radio computer in our old office in
Das waren wohl wir.
Can't do anything about it. The storekeeper still doesn't want to let me inside the building. Thinks I'm part of some kind of curse. How Martinez of her.
I knew it wasn't a good idea to meddle with the machine.
Ach komm, Kim. Das war mir voll die gute Idee, sonst hätten wir doch niemals jetzt diese Connection gezogen.
No. It was a great idea.
Eben.
You're learning things. This is how you learn things about machines.
So sieht's nämlich aus.
March 51. A new 2-meter aux cable. Noodles. Crackers. Ping energy drinks. Water. Toothpaste. Gum. Also some canned air. Your reading was interrupted by the sound of the church door opening.
Bitte keine Jump Scares.
A strange woman makes straight for the radio computer.
So nah. Hello.
Breaking into my radio computer, I see.
Yeah.
Yes, you are breaking in, but not into her radio computer. You're a master circuit bender.
Bin ich
I
das?
apologize for the intrusion, madame. We are with the RCM, you see.
Ich kann Ihnen versichern, dass ich ein echter Schaltkreiskoppler bin. Ich dringe nicht in den Computer, ich verbinde ihn noch mit Datendings. Suche eine verdächtige
No one's
Person.
hiding here. It's just me and my computer, and it has been this way for weeks. Now please give me some room. I need 2 seconds to see that you haven't destroyed anything.
We should talk to her after she has rebooted the machine.
Fairweather 500. Remember that weakness you were looking for in the ceramic armor? Like, maybe it can only stop small, fast projectiles, but a large, slow-moving pry bar would shatter it? Or, if I run an electrical current through it, maybe it will melt. Or, personal favorite, frequency something radio weapon? None of that would work. You need to shoot the part of the enemy that doesn't have Fairweather T500 in it.
Was eine Erkenntnis.
Itself is invulnerable. Good news is, so are the armor pieces on you.
Bei Gegnern in FT500 Rüstung? Warum haben wir Gegner in FT500 Rüstung? Ich will keine Gegner in FT500 Rüstung haben. Kann man das eigentlich steigern? Gary. Ja. Er hat zumindest eine entsprechende Unterhose an. Alter Protofaschist.
What is it?
Ist wirklich die Chefin von Viral Untethered?
Yes. Or no. Not anymore. That project is dead.
She doesn't seem surprised to be recognized. Rather sad. Something passes over her face before she straightens her back.
No, you just printed out my personal log and wasted some paper. I am Soona Luukkanen-Kilde, the former lead programmer of Fortress Accident and RSA radios. I have over 16 years of programming experience, and I'm proficient in both Vox and Orbis languages.
Okay.
If you're not here to hire me, I don't really know how I can help you.
Haben Sie den Krabbenmann gesehen?
Nope. Yes. And?
Das ist das Ganze wohl doch nicht so wichtig.
No. You're right. I'm not.
Haben Sie eine verdächtig auftretende Person gesehen?
What? No. No.
She has not seen her, sire. 'Tis true.
Was machen Sie
I
eigentlich?
brought them here. These are my machines. Please don't touch anything.
Wozu die Antenne?
I use the AR1 as my RAIN prefix processing unit. Mm-hmm. Yes? You really don't know anything about radio computers, do you?
Darfst du also nicht in die Eier schießen. Okay. Nein.
All right. Well, all radio computers perform operations up on air. So in order to gain more processing power, you need to invest in a good antenna. On the front, the unified front of radio waves, licensed and controlled by Lintel in the East in Cylindic region.
Das ist ein interessantes Konzept von Computertechnologie.
It's all around us. That's what on air means.
Like love.
I guess it is. So far I've been quite satisfied with it. Martinez is an unstable region with bad coverage and the operation has been surprising.
Gut, wir werden Gary nicht in die Eier schießen, ja.
But it's not the cheapest one on the market. So I wouldn't recommend it for your regular red tape operations. Fraser 1000 is a foolproof line for civilians. Anyway, you should do some research before you decide to buy
Wir
it.
wollen keins kaufen.
Ask around, compare the prices. There are many...
She liked telling me this. It calmed her nerves.
Was machen Sie mit dem Funkcomputer?
I'm working.
Oh.
Could you just shh for a moment?
Der Prefect nicht exklusiv für Regierungszwecke entworfen.
So you do know something about computers. You're right. Prefect is used mostly by the government peeps. No, I don't. Because I needed something good for my investigation and Reims Civic is widely agreed to be below all standards. So I had to upgrade.
Okay.
Besides, owning a Reims prefect isn't such a big deal anymore.
No, actually, it is kind of a big deal. You don't see Ream prefects in every police department, for example.
Haben Sie ihn gestohlen?
No! No, of course not. I know a friend of a friend who used to freelance for the coalition. I bought it from her.
Okay.
I was actually aiming for the military-grade Reim Rational series, but couldn't find one. Prefect is mainly based on the same technology as the Civic, but it does work better with newer antenna models. So I'm not complaining.
Okay, was ist denn jetzt mit dem Wasserbehälter?
They are connected to my Reim prefect. Whatever you do, just please don't move them, okay? Thanks.
Short and terse. There you have it. Whatever she...
Great.
Warum die Kirche?
You really like those questions, don't you?
Sie besetzen öffentlichen Raum. Ich muss wissen, was Sie hier machen.
I'm conducting scientific research here. You can't throw me out. I'm looking for the location of a 2mm hole in the world.
Ein Loch in der Welt. Ein Loch in der Welt. Okay.
She's looking for a disruption in the radio waves. That's what her personal log said. The lieutenant raises his brows, but doesn't say anything.
Yes, that's what led me here. But I suspect it might be something a bit more complicated than that. Exactly. What does it mean? Up to now, it has been impossible to say what it is because it's impossible to measure nothing.
Lieutenant, denken Sie, Sie hätten eine Zeitbombe. Aber nicht so wie Sie denken. Es ist eine Bombe, die wirklich die Zeit sprengen kann. Was soll ein Loch in der Welt sein?
What do you think it is? What qualities does nothing have? How do you measure something that does not exist?
Eine AB-Testbombe, genau.
That's a little above your pay grade at the moment.
Das heißt, wir leben in einer Welt, die Löcher hat? Ja.
I don't know. Are we? That's what I'm trying to figure out here. But how do I figure it out?
Wahrscheinlich, indem du irgendwas mit Zeug flutest, was du messen kannst, und das ist dann an dieser Stelle nicht da.
You measure it by its surroundings, by that which does exist.
Sag ich doch.
Which is what I've been trying to do. I've tried using hydro transducers to record the silence, to find out. But honestly, it's not progressing very well.
But does it have anything to do with necroplasmic life forms? Ghosts, in everyday parlance.
Ist das mit Geistern zu tun?
No, I don't think so. I don't believe in ghosts.
Was anderes?
I don't believe in them either.
Okay.
Great. What are we talking about? And why?
Und wo ist das Loch?
Somewhere underneath those roof beams, I assume.
Strange things may flourish in the dark.
Ach, das war die Sichtprobe, die wir vorher hatten. Deswegen war die so schwer.
There's this place at the back of the church, a place where all audible vibrations seem to decease. I've named it the Swallow. And the higher...
The Pillar of Silence? Are you sure it's not just an architectural quirk?
Maybe, but it's oddly close to the physical coordinates of the data loss that led me to this place.
Dort lebt der Krabbenmann.
I know.
Echt? Macht der das?
No, I don't.
She sounds mildly annoyed by this line of questioning, her hands typing hundreds of commands into the machine.
Because it's just trial and error, trying to locate the Swallow, the exact point in space. And I don't have a... You know what? It would be really helpful if you could just stop talking and let me work.
Und was hast du nicht?
Great. Thanks.
Was haben Sie von anodischer Tanzmusik?
I hate it.
I bet she hasn't even heard it.
Das war schnell.
Maybe I'd have to be on drugs to get it, but to a sober mind it just sounds like uninspired rug whipping. No
Was heißt von einem Club anodische Tanzmusik?
This is about those speed freaks in the tent, isn't it? I've got some news for you. It's not a nightclub they want to build here.
Nicht?
Take a guess, why don't you?
Jugendzentrum wäre toll.
I can't believe they got you so easily. Go have another talk with those up-and-coming entrepreneurs, will you?
Good luck. I'm not coming in there.
So, ich will jetzt wissen, was dir fehlt.
What about it? Great. Thanks.
Okay, ich würde sagen, das ist der ideale Punkt. Was ist da? Eine Spinne hat in Elysium aus Holz geschnitzte Statue gesponnen. Okay, das ist. Klingt wie anodische. Klingt anodische Dance. Willst du sie hören? Warte mal, ich wollte eigentlich gerade Schluss machen, aber ich kann dir anodische Dance-Musik nochmal zeigen, ja. Das ist ganz normale elektronische Musik. Einen kleinen Abstecher dahin machen wir noch. Genau, ein bisschen an das Partyzelt. So, hier sind wir rumgekommen, oder? Schneller geht nicht. Also das ist anodische Dance-Musik.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
%3 Logik.
And? What happened?
Ich habe mit dem Krabbenmann gesprochen.
Who is he? What did you think?
Also mich interessiert zwar dieses Mysterium, aber ich mag auch deren Club.
Really? Huh. Interesting. What's he doing in the church?
Im Dach des Gebäudes geht das Finsteres, aber ich glaube, er dröhnt sich dazu oben zu oder so.
What do you mean?
Er muss dann oben Visionen haben.
Is he gonna be a problem? Yeah, Noid is right. Let's get back to the point. What are we gonna do about him?
These guys will never catch him. You will never catch him. There's nothing to do.
Er hat nichts gesagt, dass er gegen einen Nachtclub hat.
I don't know, man. Doesn't it feel like a major hindrance to you? A spooky guy climbing around when all the guests are trying to have nice, friendly hyper time?
Ihr werdet wohl einfach Spaß mit dem Krabbenmann haben müssen.
I guess it's not a massive problem, now that I think of it.
Everyone is welcome to dance till the morning light! Yeah!
Maybe. I guess we'll figure something out. Okay, but what about the other spooker? The one in Grandma's clothes? Did you see her? A programmer? That's odd.
Programmer.
What was she like? Did you ask her about the nightclub?
War nicht gerade angetan.
What a pity. That's my favourite thing in the world. And she doesn't like it at all.
Verdammt.
A shame. What can we do now? Do you see a way out of this jam? And into a laser-lit future of dance and unity?
Ja.
Unity! Dance!
Sie geht nicht weg, bis ihr Projekt abgeschlossen
And
ist.
you can't just evict her?
Wolltest du nicht noch Dolores Day deine Figürchen anbieten? Ich glaube, ich kann Dolores Day meine Figürchen erst anbieten, wenn ich sie treffe. Also halt, ich kann die nicht irgendwie da hinstellen, oder?
Look at you, Honor Man.
No, Noid. He's right. Maybe we've approached it the wrong way after all. I'm sure there's a workaround. We can make a deal not to bother her.
Ja.
If that's okay with her, we only want to get in the church and spread the joy and ecstasy of music.
Und Drogen verkaufen.
The lines in the dark exist! Coexist!
At least Crabman seems like an advanced being. He's hard. He'll understand.
Yeah, he can do his climbing thing in the tower. And the programmer, does she like anodic dance music?
Haha, sie geht wohl ab, wer tut das nicht? Er bloß das krasse Pulsieren, ne?
Wonderful! If coexisting fails, you can always muscle her out, right? If it's all okay with you, what do you think?
Ich werde sie nicht rausschmeißen, ich kann versuchen, sie zu überreden.
Excellent! Good luck, my friend.
Wir können es noch mal prüfen, aber Moment, wir werden mal gucken, ob wir Logik-Klamotten haben.
Bye, officer.
Mal gucken, ob wir Logik-Kleidung haben. So, haben wir schon irgendwas, was Logik für Logik gut ist? Nein, 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 nein. Nope, nope, nope. Plus 1 Logik. Nope, 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 nope. Oh, sogar plus 2 Musik. Na, er ist so eine richtige Raven-Mütze. Keine Logik, keine Logik. Sakko. Geiles Outfit. So. Schau mal, zeigt er hier irgendwie was zu der Hose an? Error, Moralistenhose. Error, wohlhabender Geldmacher. Keine Ahnung, was das macht. Komisch. So. Logik. Nice. Plus 3 Logik. Mhm. Das war schon. Mehr Logik ist nicht. Voll das Schlaubi-Outfit mit Cyberhelm. Nee, Erfahrungspunkte haben wir nicht, aber wir können mal speichern.
Hi again. So, how are things going?
20%. Oh Gott. Na gut.
A number
Ja!
of things don't add up. Let's take a look. How about gather around, kids? The young speed freak puts down a busted capacitor and looks at you. The one with the large head seems very enthusiastic about whatever you have planned. Their would-be leader is less amused.
Ich war zu dem Schaden, aber ich habe und na, dass ich war. Mhm.
But you still are.
Silence. He watches your hand.
What happened?
Ich bin passiert. Ich bin mir zugestoßen.
That's a real downer.
The young speed freak is silent.
Okay, in welche Richtung geht das jetzt?
He senses something is wrong.
Das sieht mir nicht wie ein Club sondern eher nach einem Sexuallabor zur Herstellung von Drogen.
I have no idea how you arrived at that conclusion, but it's wrong. Look, we even have speakers.
Er zeigt auf den einen Lautsprecher.
One speaker. They have one speaker.
Wo ist sein Freund? Hat er seinen Freund verloren?
What do you mean, friend?
Den anderen Lautsprecher. Ihr habt nur einen.
It's a one-speaker system. It's monodynamic. You wouldn't know the first thing about sound reproduction in anodic music. Others.
Ich kenne das nicht, ob Kotzpulver.
This may be the brain damage talking, but you've definitely never heard of monodynamic or one-speaker systems.
Du hast keine Kopfhörer. Braucht das Zelle nicht ihre, wenn sie Tonbänder auflegen will?
What do you know about spinning tape? Nothing.
Wahrscheinlich hast du sie für Laborbedarf und Drogenzutaten verwendet.
I'm sorry, but there is no lab equipment and no drug ingredients.
He said it was for his nose. What more do you want?
Wie viel Nosapet habt ihr hier?
Likely pseudoephedrine, almost exactly the shape of ephedrine. Ephedrine makes you happy, and so does pseudoephedrine.
And of all cellular-based life, what's your point, Lawbringer?
Ich muss doch nicht mehr aufzählen, oder?
Oh shit.
Ihr wollt ein Detective benutzen, um ein Drogenlabor aufzubauen.
Come on, that's...
Etwas, wofür man erschossen wird?
It's not.
So this is what power feels like. Do you like it?
Moment, Piano.
No, it's not true is what I meant. Hey man, who knows what she's on about? Who doesn't like to dance? She doesn't like to dance.
Kann sein, dass die anderen das nicht wissen?
What do you mean, do?
There's resignation in his voice. He's almost ready to drop the act. It wouldn't take. The optimal way to go about this would be indifference. It begins by you telling him you don't care about any of this.
Nein, das machst du nicht. Der beste Ansatz hier wäre Gleichgültigkeit. Glauben wir Suggestion? Na gut.
Really? You wanted to just ask me about something else?
He thinks for a moment, then opens his mouth, but closes it again. Then finally raises his hands.
Things are just way too hard for an entrepreneur in this city. It's not like we're not gonna turn the church into the wickedest club in East Reversholt.
Because we are! We totally are!
We just gotta turn it into a speed lab first.
Aha.
You know, to get our foot in the door.
Und wofür habt ihr mich gebraucht?
Like I told you, spooky arseholes moved in while I was getting all this stuff together. A month ago, the place was empty, and now it's all spooked up. No, man, they're spooky, all right. It's just that they would also probably call the police.
Okay.
But the sign was way off too. I couldn't feel the love at all.
Okay.
So, what now?
This is it. Judgment time.
Lass uns sauber bleiben. Lass uns keinen Speedlabor aufbauen, sondern nur einen Club für anodische Musik gründen.
Yeah!
Ja.
I knew it. It's impossible now.
No, Andre, it's harder now. This hard cop has come to show us how much the fish is, and the fish is always so much more. We all know there was never going to be a club for anodic music with the Speed Lab. Now it has a fighting chance.
How much is the fish?
There needs to be a club for anodic music in there. Needs to. Everyone hates each other. Everybody hates it here. It's all just drugs and we're slaves and I can't. We are running out of time.
Der Eierkopf ist doch wohl nicht der einzige Vernünftige aus der Gruppe, oder?
We need a win, Andre. I promise this will be a win. We won't cook speed in there. We'll do it clean. We'll do it true. We'll do it sober and real and beautiful. This will be a victory for the light.
Die ungeklärte Frage. How much is the fish? Okay, sagen wir einfach, dass das hier Verbrechensverhütung war, aber ich hab euch im Auge.
Okay. We'll try to do it without the drugs. We'll do a straight club up in there, spinning the maddest reels, and nothing but, I swear to God. Okay, Egg?
From here on, it'll be straight all the way.
Das war's.
Goodbye, officer.
Ich glaube, das ist eigentlich ein guter Punkt, wo wir Schluss machen können für heute, oder?